Anything? Alexa, turn on the kitchen. Alexa, how about now? Jordan. Sorry?
I just don't see you live yet.
You can hear me?
I don't see you live yet.
I've been on for...
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay, I'm good? Okay. Hey, Trib. Hey, I got a question for you. You seem to be technologically privy as far as sound and audio. Are you having any problems when you go live with your audio? Having no audio or garbled audio? I'm using an external mic, and I don't know if that has anything to do with it, or having to turn off Bluetooth. What is your experience with audio? Because I'm having to attempt to go on like 3 or 4 times before I get my audio figured out. Oh, you're also having that. Okay, I do have, you mean like a sound card, a sound box, or soundboard? Well, I'm usually live streaming on the phone primarily, and I'm not stationary. I'm in my fishing kayak, or I'm ambulatory, I'm walking, I'm holding my phone, etc. So I'm not, or I'm in a Starbucks, so I'm not like at my own booth at home. Yeah, I actually have to, my son is right over here on the laptop, and I just have him log on and say, and give me an audio check, and he either tells me yay or nay. Sometimes, many times, I have to call home. I'm out in the middle of the lake, fishing out of my kayak, live streaming, and I get 15, 20 people viewing, and I can get nobody to give me a sound check. And I'm thinking, okay, that's probably because they can't hear me. So I have to interrupt the live stream, call home, and ask my son, can you log on please and see if you can hear my audio? And sure enough, he says it's garbled. And so I have to log off and come back on, call him up again, say, I'm coming on again. Am I there? And then he finally gives me the thumbs up. Yeah, I'm wondering, because when I eliminate the mic, and I'm just using the audio off my phone, although, wait, let me see did I use my mic when I first came on? No, I came on with just my phone, without my external mic, and it was garbled. So I logged off, I got my mic, and I got it turned on. So I don't know, it's hit and miss. Anyways, thank you, Trip, for coming in and giving me that feedback. But you've had some similar experiences with that as well? All right, brother. Yeah, I just came on randomly to burn an hour or two. All right, and it's pouring down rain here in New Jersey, which is good, but I'm going outside, and I've been like touring around the backyard in the dark with the security lights illuminating the backyard, but now it's pouring down rain. I'm looking for a rain jacket to just kind of enable me to do that without getting too drenched. Let's see here, some jacket I could throw on here. All right, bro. Tribs, Aha, here's the jacket I'm looking for. Okay. Up, and I'm gonna break the pictures, of course. Right? Okay. I'm going in. See if I can get a little better lighting here eventually. All right, I'm outside, but I think if I turn the lights on, stand by, I'm gonna quit. I just paused it and came back, so I'm thinking it.
I can hear.
You're good? Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. Let's take a walk. All right. What happened to my coffee? I got my drink. I don't have my coffee. What did I do with it?
Alexa, turn off the kitchen light.
No. Do you see my coffee cup by any chance? Maybe I left it outside. Okay. It's not here, so I'm going to do my rounds around the back and see if I left it out in the rain. Probably. Yobo, you're back. Watch your comments there, brother. So this is your second account? You logged in with another account? Let's see. I'm pretty sure I had a coffee cup. Hey, Josh, are you there? Young man? Okay, I'm back over here, but I don't see my coffee cup. What did I do with it? KC. Wait, CJ, sorry. Thought that said Casey. All right, no coffee. What happened to my coffee cup? I'm pretty sure I brought it outside. Yeah. And now, no coffee cup. Boy, I gotta love the rain. I watered the greenhouses, but I didn't water anything else. And I was like, I knew these plants needed a drink. Well, they're getting it right now, so that's a good thing. Yeah, I called you Casey. I thought it was, I'm over here, so. It says CJ, Alejandra Basas. So are you a guy or a girl? Alejandra is female. CJ sounds more like a guy. Like Casey James. Or Chris Johnson or something like that. All right, no coffee cup. What did I do with it? Where are you? Where are you, Siege? Siege? Goodness, that's what I get for eating and talking. Where are you, CJ? What part of the world? Okay, one more try to locate my coffee cup. Maybe it's out in the garage. Okay, let's see. I was out here trying to get a jacket. So, not on my tool bench, not on the floor, not on the car. Jim! What's that, Jimmy? What's new? Boy, Josh, what's up, brother? YouTube hid that comment. It's just going to get you kicked out. Why not just have a conversation with me? Really, I got some interesting topics to share or stories to tell. Come on, be a human being. Ask a normal question. How are you? Or, yeah, like, how are you? Or, etc. So, no coffee cup, Jordan? No coffee cup at the table. I'm telling you, I've lost my coffee cup. I was in the United States Navy. Hence the name of my channel, Doc. That's a, what's the word? A nickname that the United States Marines give their Navy corpsmen. That is the Navy medic. They yell Doc when they want to get our attention, as opposed to medic. So hence my channel name, Doc, with my last name. That's what the Marines called me for 7 months. Or they call you, no matter who you are, whether you're really a doctor or you're just a dental technician. If you're in the medical department of the Navy, you're a doc to the Marine Corps. The Navy is the Marines' medical support. Okay, here I am back at my my eggplant, and I was hoping I was going to find my coffee cup. I don't see it. It's not sitting on the bricks. Where else could it be? Any idea? I'm outside. It's not like I can leave it a whole lot of places, except on the ground or on this brick. Ooh, see that lightning flash? That was cool. So these are the pepper plants, bell peppers, habanero, and jalapeno. But this is just basil. It's more for aphid control. And if the dish requires it in the house, every now and then we'll make spaghetti sauce and throw in a basil leaf here or there. Okay, well, I'm drawing a blank with my coffee cup. I don't know what else to. I don't know where else to look. At least not outside. Okay. Nope. The coffee cup. Yeah. Hey, big Papa Pumpkin. I am better than I deserve. Every day. How about you? Well, you know what? This doesn't look... This tomato plant looks like it's about to fall over, but it's staked up. I thought I tied it up real tight. Boy, it looks kind of loose. Huh. I'll have to address that tomorrow or something. All right, I'm back at the porch where I originated. I got my chair. I've got a cup with pineapple, strawberry juice, and but my coffee cup is gone. Gosh, I'm going to walk one more time. Go to the red room. The what? The dark web? Amaya or Anya. Sorry, I thought that was Amaya. Anybody else? Oh, I only see 2 likes, guys. Hit the thumbs up for me. That's the least I can ask. If you want to subscribe, great. You'll get my notifications, either with the videos that I post and or the live streams that I do, like this one. And yeah. Okay, I'm still looking at that good old coffee cup. It's eluding me. I don't know why. I could swear I was sipping on it. Let me go in the bedroom. Although that's where I thought I picked up the hold on. Is it in the bedroom? Honey, have you seen my coffee cup? Gosh, oh, here it is, right on my dresser. What the heck? The coffee cup's on my dresser. What? How did... I'm sure I was sipping on it out there on the porch. Good Lord. Okay, well, since I'm in the house, I might as well make myself... Alexa, turn on the kitchen. I might as well make myself another cup. Okay. Guess, Anya. Here, I'll help you. Tell me your age, and then I'll go from there, and I'll give you some clues. Yes, I know about the dark web. Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, that it's there, that it can corrupt. I've got a website that monitors my information and looks for, my email, name, etc., profile information on the dark web, and alerts me if they find something, and then they recommend that you change your password, etc., etc. Yeah, I think I'll just... yours is 19. Okay, the reason why I asked is because I'm probably not old enough to be your grandfather. I'm not. But I'm older than your dad, unless you have many siblings. I'm probably a little bit older than your mom or dad, but not old enough to be your grandfather. So that's a clue as to my age group. Does that help? And I'm normally wearing contacts, but I abused them the last couple days and fell asleep with them a few nights, and my left eye is burning. So I'm going to give it a rest for a day, a full day, and wear my glasses. So you're asking more than one question. You haven't answered the first one. How old am I? You haven't guessed. Here, I'm gonna type in a question here. Hold on. Okay. There we go. See if I can minimize that instead of it being right smack in the middle of my head. There you go. So answer the first question or guess the first question, and I'll answer it eventually. And then I'll tell you about where I'm from. Where I'm from and where I am are two different things. So I'll elaborate here in a minute. Where I was born, where I was originally from, born and raised, is San Diego, California. And then life events took me wide and far, up to the Northwest, Oregon, down to Louisiana, back to California, back to San Diego, up to Bakersfield, in the mountains of Tehachapi, which is just up outside of Bakersfield. And then I got deployed in 2004. So I literally lived next to the Euphrates River for 7 months. I was gone for 10 months. And then when I got back, that took me to the East Coast. My wife was waiting for me here in New Jersey while I was in Iraq because her family is here. So when I got deployed, her family came and picked her up, took her back to New Jersey. So when I got back and I was demobilizing, the paperwork of getting back from active duty, my order said, send me back to California, where I originated. And I said, no, my spouse is in New Jersey. So they changed my orders, flew me to Philadelphia. She picked me up. We reunited. She was 8 months pregnant. A month later, had my boy. That was 2005. And so now, do the math, 26, he's 21 years old now. Ooh. Well, I like your answer. Death is an eternal truth. Wow, good for you, Anya. Can you elaborate a little bit? That sounds, or as they say, can you preach a little bit more? That's good. Haven't heard it put that way. Right? You're either going to spend an eternity in one place or another, right? Death definitely determines that outcome. Your truth. But the truth is not a something, right, Anya? Oh, I never answered your question. I'm 63. I'll be 64 in August. So yeah, elaborate a little more about eternal truth. Oh, wait, one way. Hey, what's up, one way? Remember I said one way king? Hey, speaking of, we're talking, Anya, before you, described what is the truth. And I'm asking her to elaborate on that a little bit. And then you popped in. Speaking of the truth, one way king. Yes, to answer your question, yes, that's me. Okay, coffee's ready to pour. Oh, wait a minute. I did this before. Okay, it's a new one. Sometimes I forget to change the cartridge and I end up pouring another clear cup of coffee. Okay, I think I'm good. Oh, okay. All right, Anya. One way, I'm better than I deserve, always, every day. Speaking of the truth and one way, I just alluded to that just now with that answer by saying I'm doing better than I deserve. That's one of those makes you scratch your head, huh? How is that related? Well, if you ask, I'll tell you. I'll be more than glad to elaborate on that. Why am I doing better than I deserve? The question begs, what do you deserve? And why am I doing better than that? Sounds like what I deserve is not good, because I'm doing better than that. I'm doing better than I deserve. So what I deserve must be a bad thing, right? I'm asking this on purpose, so it makes you think. I'm doing better. I'm doing much better than I deserve. Much better. Exponentially better than I deserve. See? Now see, that's the most common, one of the most common questions. Now that wouldn't make sense though, right? If I deserve the best, then how could I be doing better than that? Yeah, it's okay. It's all right to be confused, because been there. Most of my first 40, let's see, 2007, my first 42 years of my life, I was confused. I'd say the same thing you said if someone asked me, how you doing? And they said, oh, I'm doing better than I deserve. And I'd say, no, you deserve the best. And then I'd be confused. Like, huh? What do you mean you're doing better than that? See, it doesn't make sense. So what I deserve must be something I don't deserve. I'm sorry, I just confused myself. What I deserve must be not good. Because I'm doing exponentially better than that. Every day, I'm doing better than that. Okay, so again, what do we deserve then? What do we deserve? What determines whether we deserve the best? That's a good question. What determines if we deserve something like a reward? What do we usually have to do in order to receive a reward? Oh, you're on your PlayStation 5? I was actually on my Xbox normally when I'm live streaming and using the TV as my second device so that I can monitor the chat screen and I can comment with the Xbox controller as my keyboard. Because I can't comment on the live stream right now with this phone device. I can read your comments, but I can't type anything like you guys can. But if I have a second device, like I'm a viewer of my own live stream, then I can comment. Like if I have a second phone or a laptop or a desktop, or in my case, a smart TV, with the Xbox controller hooked up. Then you just log on to the browser, bring up YouTube, and voila, there's my live stream channel on the 60-inch TV. Oh, law of attraction is everything. Okay, you're back, Anya. Good morning, geese. Do you know the expression, don't call me sir because I work for a living? Have you ever heard that before? I hadn't until somebody explained it to me. Like, what? What do you mean you work for a living? Well, it's a military expression, and I'll explain it if you don't already know. When you said, good evening, sir, which is appropriate, I'm just elaborating on my memory of the military when, in the military, you call specific people ma'am or sir. Those are commissioned officers. and you identify them with their rank on their hat, or their cover, or on their collar, or on their, above their pocket, or whatever. And then you know that, oh, they're an officer, and you salute them. Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. But if I'm addressing a non-commissioned officer, a petty officer in the Navy, a non-commissioned officer, then you address them by their name and their rank or their rate. For example, I was a hospitalman or an HM. It would be common for someone to address me as, good morning, HM2. Or they'd see my name on my lapel, and they'd say, good morning, Mac or MacKay. But it's usually HM2. That's the more appropriate address. But they don't call me ma'am or sir. And there's a reason for that. And I'm going to share that with you. The expression is, there's a hierarchy in the military. No, you're good, Geese. I appreciate it. I do, really. I lived in Louisiana, and I thought that was the coolest thing. One of the coolest things down there was that everybody referred to you either as sir or ma'am, and the kids especially. And it was just like uplifting to hear that. You walk into a store, they call you, now it was more of a endearing address when you walked into a store. If a lady was behind the counter, she'd say, what was it they addressed me? They'd say, good morning, babe? Would they call me babe? No. Oh, I just lost it. But just the respect of the South is definitely something to experience, and is really admirable to know that everybody, it's just common knowledge. It just flows out of their mouth without, you didn't expect anything else to come out of their mouth, but sir or ma'am. Yeah, really. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because of the gender issue, the pronoun issue in California. Isn't that sad? I'm from San Diego, California. And you better address me as ma'am or sir, or sir, or mister. I wouldn't have anything other than that. That'd be ridiculous. But you know what? That's not. Unfortunately, the media ruins it, for a state, because all of California, it's a huge state. It's one of the most beautiful states in the country. It's got the highest peak in the continental U.S. and the lowest point in the continental U.S. Badwater, California at over 250 something feet below sea level, and Mount Whitney at over 14,000, 500 something feet? Don't quote me on it. I'm close. But anyways, you get the drill. It's such a huge state, and there's so many diverse ecosystems in California. You got mountains, deserts, beaches, high deserts, you name it. Where do you want to go? And all the people in those different places, 1,300 miles from north to south, that encompasses 2/3 of the eastern seaboard, just with one state. And 300 miles wide, you can't say that everybody in that landmass, has a problem with calling somebody sir or ma'am. It's the media that ruins it. Excuse me, I gotta put the phone down somewhere while I make my coffee. Right? You can agree? It's like Hollywood in the media, says that paramedics saves lives. Well, I was one for 15 years. And no, we don't. It's very rare, super rare, to actually save a life, quote unquote. No, it doesn't happen. It's just with the amount of calls that we run and the amount of those calls where we actually bring somebody back, from death, it's less than 1%. It's less than 0.5%. But yet that's all you see, or that's what you commonly see on the media and hear on the media. Trump got it right. It's fake news. It really is. Okay, I didn't put my honey in yet. Yeah, see? Yeah, when you hear California, or when you saw California, I really meant San Francisco and LA. Yeah. Well, that's a good, that proves my point exactly. When you hear California, the first thing that pop into somebody's mind is Los Angeles, San Francisco. And those are just two cities. Those are the cities. That's not the country. That's not the mountains. Although they're nearby, but, that's all the media, that's all you hear. Or I shouldn't say that's all, that's mostly what you hear. You don't hear about the small communities up at 7,000 feet up in the Sierra Nevada mountain range, that are just hurting to survive or living high, the high life. All right, one way. Sorry I didn't get a chance to chat a little bit more. Is that little, what is the truth, is that visible? I made it a little bit bigger, trying to keep it off of my head there, or out in front of my face. Oh, I know. It's, here, like I think it was Trump that recently said, it was actually his cabinet as well, it's like he can't win, no matter what he does. It's like Christ, on the cross. No matter what he did, you're either going to have supporters, or in Christ's case, you're going to have the accusers. And most of them were the accusers. And it's the same. It's when you're a supervisor at a company, if you want your name on the bathroom wall, those scribbles you see on the bathroom, walls, be a supervisor. Yeah, he's just, like he said, he was handed a mess, and now he's trying to clean it up. And no matter what he does, you're going to have people that are against him, no matter what he does. If he did nothing, if he wasn't president, and the president was, whoever the president was, did nothing about the border, you'd have people, complaining that something needs to be done about the border. It's like, you can't win. You get somebody that doesn't do anything about the border, you got complaints. And then you get somebody that does something about it, you got complaints. So no matter what he does, it's like, the guy's brilliant. The rate at which he works, the pace that he's worked, and the accomplishments he's made in such a short time is mind-boggling. Yeah. I thought you had to go one way, but thanks for coming back. Steve! Yeah, well, no, not the Canadian border. Well, did the Canadian border really need to be addressed? It always has, right? Border's a border. I got checked at the Canadian border coming back into Michigan, off the Trans-Canadian Highway, the TCH, coming out of Ottawa. And I was driving down back into the U.S. I had to be searched. My whole car got torn apart. And I questioned about it, like, really? And they said, yeah, unfortunately, you kind of fit the, the red flag. I was like, what fit the red flag? He says, you're single. I mean, you're by yourself. You're a male. Your car's packed. You're on vacation alone. And I was traveling from Ottawa down to San Diego and back. Thank you very much. To go visit my sick dad. And they have drug problems, crossing the border up there in Canada. And you hear about it on the news today. Well, I was one of the unfortunate victims, of that search. And they didn't put everything back in my suitcase for me. I had to do it. Like, I asked them to, so you're going to put everything back? And they're like, nope. Gotcha. Your HDMI was unplugged. Alexa, turn the kitchen to 20%. Okay, I'm going to step back outside. I think my shoes are out on the front porch. I got my hot coffee. I got a brand new cup of coffee. Alexa, turn on the lamp. Okay, got the lamp on. Oh, and it's still raining out. Gosh, I love this rain. It just soaks up. This forest is like a sponge when it comes to wet weather. And when you got plants and vegetables growing, rain is like sunshine. Sorry, I'm scrolling back a little bit. Joe Rogan said Trump can have the cure for cancer. Yep. And there'll be people on the left that wouldn't even take it because it's from him. Here, I'm going to elaborate on that, Geese. Ironic that you said that. This is perfect. Listen, I know a cure for your death. Wouldn't it be selfish of me to keep that to myself and not share it with you? Right? It's like a doctor. I'm going to repeat what you just said. It's like having a doctor that has the cure for cancer. Okay? But you come to him because you've got some kind of complaint, and he does his tests and he comes back and says, unfortunately, ma'am, sir, I hate to tell you, but you have brain cancer. We found a quail-sized egg tumor in your brain. And it's aggressive. It's stage 4, whatever the name of the cancer is. Unfortunately, it's not curable, but we can treat it. Okay? He's telling you the treatment. Wouldn't it be it would be unacceptable malpractice for him to withhold that information from you once he did his tests and just told you something else that wasn't the truth? Right? I know a cure for death. A 100% cure, not only for your death, but that you'll have another opportunity to live again after you take your last breath. That opportunity was given me. So wouldn't I'd be excited to tell somebody about it, right? It'd be like the media finding out that there's a cure for leukemia. It would go viral. And everybody would hear about it, right? But yet, here's a truth for the cure for your death. And an opportunity that you have another opportunity to do this again. But the second time, you're going to be able to do it for an eternity. There's not going to be a death. Wouldn't you want a part of that? It's a no-brainer. I was asked that question when I was 15. And I said the same thing to the man. I said, sounds like a no-brainer. I said, it sounds like I need to take care of it. What do I got to do? And he spent the next 15, 20 minutes sharing the truth with me, sharing the gospel, the good news. And I accepted it. It was that simple. Now, did I live the world after that? Yes, I did. You know, I didn't get plugged into a study group or a church or, you know, some kind of a support group that would help me further, you know, my newly found life. And yeah, I lived the world's ways until I got back here to New Jersey. I got back from Iraq. 2 years later, 2007, I found this program, or this program found me. And it turned out to be a curriculum-based study program on how to study the truth and to share the truth with others. That's what the program is. It was a program for sinners. Do you know any? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm rereading some of your posts. Sorry, I hadn't scrolled up. It wasn't scrolling by itself. I must have went back. Captain Howdy says this is hilarious. There is no cure to death because death is inevitable. Oh, I got a cure. I can hopefully change your mind on that, bro. Ooh, just me said it. Captain, this is hilarious. There's no cure to death. Death's inevitable. It was my HD. Okay, there we go. I got caught up here. Kind of off topic, but have you seen those ticks that can make you allergic to red meat? No, but there's ticks all over where I'm at. I can go outside and there's a tick on me when I come in the house. They must float off the trees in the wind and just land on you. I'm always finding ticks on me. Most of the time they're still crawling, thank God. And then I have some that have already embedded themselves and I get to pick them or burn them out and then I itch for the next week. Haven't got sick yet, so keep reading here. I signed an 8-year contract, Geese, from 1999 to 2007. I had the option, as everybody who joins the military, to do 20 years, you know, and get a retirement. But unfortunately, Iraq scared me, and I just said, you know what, I can't risk this anymore. I've got a new wife and a new child when I got home in 2005, and I was 42 years old, and I decided, you know what, I need to stay home. So unfortunately, I didn't stay and do my 20. I would have retired in 2019 had I stayed in. I think about that all the time. It was just, 7 years ago. I would have been retired. I mean, with a pension. With a military pension. And I didn't stay. So I didn't get anything from the military other than memories. Yep, and a good experience. No, I didn't, Sai, not yet, but I have it in my email. I just looked at it today. I saw it. I just haven't looked it up yet. Yeah. And so was a lot of other people. They were draft dodgers. And here, I always say, if you want to point out, the faults, of a person, hang out at my pastor's house for a couple months, if you could. You think you could find some faults in a pastor of a church? Of course you could. So what's your point? What was that story? The biblical story about the prostitute? The lady that had 5, I don't know if that was the one that had 5 wives or not. Anyways, all I'm going to say the Sanhedrins or whoever they were, couldn't help but just point out that person's faults. Where she was the only one. I forget the story, whether she was washing the feet or whatever it was she was doing. No, she was giving her all, everything she had. It was just a little bit. Where the others were giving just a portion. And I think that was Christ's response was, do you realize, in so many words, paraphrase, do you realize she just gave everything she had? So, yeah. Hoorah, Stephen. You what? You got cancer? Wait, I get that email. Frequently, I'm not laughing, but it's true. Do you get those emails? Did you serve in Camp Lejeune between 1980 and, or when was, whatever that span is, because of the water? 3 deployments. Talk to me, Steve. Hoorah, we don't get too many of us talking about their actual military experience. Gabrielle Espinosa. Hi, Mary Beth. ¿Cómo está? That's right, yeah. Yeah, Christ himself. They hated, they killed the man. He didn't just receive hate. Thank you, Gabriel. Oh, and good morning. Maayong, I almost said maayong aga. That's Ilonggo. Buntag, maayong buntag. Second Mardiv from 75 to 81. So was it determined, obviously it was determined to be military related, and now you're on disability? 100% or what? That's the misconception people have, that, once you get out of the military that you receive veteran benefits. It's like, no you don't, unless you're disabled. Well, I have some benefits, but I'm not disabled. I have no disability, so it's 0%. So all I receive is like free x-rays and dental exams, I think. But other than that, no, military doesn't. Veterans, the VA doesn't do anything for, somebody that's well. I got better benefits through my wife, so I don't even use, there's no need to use the VA. Hoorah, God is good. Praise God for the military. So Steve, tell me, what was your 6 years in 81? Were you part of Desert Storm? Is that part of the end of your 6 years? I worked with the Navy Corpsman, Desert Storm, when I was going through paramedic school. I was still an EMT up in Mexcandito, California. And what was his name? Tim? No, forget his name. But he came back from the Desert Storm, and didn't have a very memorable, he had an unfortunate end to his Navy career, ended with not a very pretty ending over there in the deserts of Iraq. Hoorah, LM. About the woman in the convertible. Oh my God, you were there. You were here when I was telling that story. Yeah, true story is all of it. Interstate 99, going southbound, and we had to go northbound, one exit further, and then turn around and come back. Yep. That was wild. One of those jaw-dropping calls. You're like, whoa! The lower front teeth, the lower jaw and the teeth still intact were embedded in the grill of the semi. Did I say that part? Do you remember that part? Yeah, she was headless. Bizarre. Crazy. Cancer came from the base dry cleaners, dumping their chemicals. Oh, no way. Oh, you were in the Cold War. Gotcha. What was that about? As far as you were Marine, what did you guys do over there? Was it more security and hanging out, or was there any involvement? What was your role? Hanging out on a ship, or were you on the ground, or what? Oh, you're commenting on that call still? Yeah, only in EMS. Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. Amazing. The things that profession exposes you to. You were a machine gunner. Okay. Oh, so you were just positioning yourself while they were doing the same thing? What is the truth, exactly? McSog. What is the truth? What is it? Is it a thing or is it a person? I know the answer, but I'm going to leave it to you. Oh, it's Scottish. Yeah. Well, my last name. You see the name of the channel? That's the original spelling that I can determine of my last name. That's why I'm using it. MacKay. So I didn't pronounce it correctly, I'm sure. Robert, 3 times 4 times 5, 90 degrees is truth. Are you sure about that? Here, let me ask you this question, Robert. Is there a possibility you could be wrong about anything you know? That's an obvious answer. You're related to John Wesley Hardin. Yeah, he shot Billy the Kid, didn't he? Ah, yeah, was that right? Boy, I drew that one out of my memory bank. But yeah, I love that kind of stuff. A history like that. There were some things in history that really intrigued me, but otherwise, I was a failure at history. I got a D, maybe a D plus in history, only because I wasn't there. I didn't come to class. And then I cheated just so I could pass the class at the very end. I needed to pay attention, but there were some things in history that were like intriguing, like the Outlaws and Bonnie and Clyde and Billy the Kid and the OK Corral and the those battles. What was the battle there down in New Mexico, Arizona? What was that? The movies about it all the time. That Last Stand, Custer's Last Stand, but not that. Wasn't what I'm thinking of. The Alamo. Yeah, that was Custer's Last Stand, right? At the Alamo. Yeah. Awesome. Geese. Robert, yep, but that's a true right angle. Yeah, your answer is yes. There's a possibility you could be wrong about anything you know, right? I have to say that too. Everybody has to say that. But there's one thing that cannot be wrong about anything it knows. That's the really only correct answer to that question. Is there any possibility you could be wrong about anything you know? The only correct answer, really the only answer to that is no. There's no possibility I could be wrong about anything I know. But I can't say that, and you can't say that. Nobody can. But there's one thing that can. There's one person that can, and that is the truth. The truth cannot be wrong about anything it knows. Why? Because it's the truth. Right? Something to think about. What is the truth? Well, the definition is the truth is something that cannot be wrong about anything it knows. We have to say, yes, there's a possibility we could be wrong. That's called a self-refuting logical fallacy. And the minute we say, yes, we could be wrong, what I just said could be wrong. Then my answer, yes, could be wrong. That's self-refuting logical fallacy. You see? So what does it do? It literally puts a zipper on your mouth. You can't even say anything. Why? Because you could be wrong. Yep. Whoop. I could be wrong about that. Saying I'm wrong. You're self-refuting yourself the minute you say, you answer. But the truth can't refute itself. So, the only way we can know anything is if the truth is in us. To know the truth. Like, I know I'm sitting on this chair right now. I don't know it because of my stinking thinking, although most people will say, no, I determined that, you know. I use my scientific method, you know, to determine that. Well, how did you know how to use your scientific method? And how did you know that? And how did you know that? Something that can't be wrong about anything it knows must have given us the ability to know anything, to absolutely know anything. You see? Because we can't. Scripture says it already. I'm going to paraphrase it. The beginning of knowledge is the fear of God. That's where knowledge came from. It came from the truth. Jimmy! Hey! Hey, speaking of another Marine in the house. Jimmy. You're Marine, right? Jimmy, or ex-Marine? Who is it? Sorry. That is a Marine. Is that you, Geese? No, who was in? Stephen. Stephen. Oh, 0331. Was that your MOS? I don't know I know 0311, but I don't know. Is that your MOS, Steve? The 0331? You were, what, machine gunner? Yeah, hoorah. Well, Jim, what did I just say? Steve, above you, if he's still here, is in the, I'm scrolling back here, 3-8, second Mardiv from 75 to 81 in the Cold War conflict. Before my time in military, that is. Actually, he was in the Marines before I graduated high school, so he's a little bit older than I am. Jonathan! Wait, Jonathan. Bro, why do I know a Tate in the Navy? Tell me your story, Jonathan, real quick. Maybe it's just a coinkydink that I'm associating that name with somebody I knew in the Navy. I'm trying to remember. I can't. Yeah, praise God for the military. I'm down in Jersey, Jonathan, 2 hours from New York City, JFK. Down right outside of Atlantic City. Down the Parkway. What exit? Yeah, praise God for the military geese. Really. So I don't know if that made any sense. I think you guys probably followed me without getting too garbled in your thinking. But you can't argue that the truth can't be wrong about anything it knows. You know, that's a mathematical, you know, right? That the truth cannot be wrong. Otherwise it would be false. But the truth isn't a something. It's a someone. Right? There's that someone that lays claim to that word. He said, I am the truth. I am the truth. I am the way, the truth, and the life. And he also said, no man cometh unto the Father, God, but by him, through him. And I think you know who I'm talking about, right? For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, capital S, that whosoever believeth in the Son, in him, should not perish, but have everlasting life, right? That's the cure. Remember I said earlier? It's the cure for death. That's an absolute promise. He said, whosoever believes in me shall not perish. That's quite a claim. To claim that you are the truth, you are the answer. To claim that you cannot be wrong about anything you know. Really? I'd have to test that guy's, claim, right? Wouldn't you? It's true. And he said, test me. Go ahead. Challenge me. Prove me wrong. And that's what he's telling you. He's asking everybody, bring it on. Bring it on. Prove it. I mean, not prove it, but challenge me. Right? Oh, Jonathan. Hoorah. Yeah. United States Navy. 1999, 2007. That was my 8-year contract, and I went ahead and let that expire. I got back from Iraq in 2005, and the rumor was that the unit that I had just served 7 months with, the 123 Marines, were going to Afghanistan after they came home. And I was part of that. So I was like, man, I'd love to stay in 20 years. I really would. But it just couldn't do it. I was 42 years old. I was in the best shape of my life. I could have held my own with them, up in the hills of Afghanistan, I'm sure. But just no, I don't know. I just decided that I needed to stay home. And I was a new dad. I was a new husband. And that won over. And I said, thank you very much, United States Navy. I got to go. So I filed my paperwork, and that was the end. June 2007. June 2007. My 8-year contract came to an end, and that was it. Praise God for your dad, or your grandpa. I appreciate you guys finding me and staying in here, and Jimmy coming back, and Geese, and Jonathan, if that's your first time here. Don't forget the thumbs up, by the way. Just click my name up there and it'll drop down and you can give me a like. I like your comments, Jimmy. Oh, I graduated 2 years ago and then went in the Navy. After graduating. Praise God. I asked you to tell your story and you did. I just was talking and probably missed that. So what are you doing in the Navy and where are you right now? I almost did that too, Jonathan. I was curious. Navy SEALs actually kind of got my attention back in 1980 when I graduated from high school. And I remember them sitting in the grandstands on my football field. All the branches of the service, I don't know if they did to your high school as well. They come to your school at the end when you're about to graduate and they all try to, convince you to sign or come on board. And I didn't take the bait. But the Navy SEALs had their little kiosk set up on the football field. The Army, the Navy, Air Force, Marines, they all had their little, sales pitch kiosks around the football field. And we were let out for an extended lunch, like an hour lunch or whatever, and we got to go out to the football field and walk around the football field and visit all their displays. And the Navy SEALs had a display. They had a water tank with a guy in scuba gear inside, and he was drawing pictures with a grease pencil on the inside of the tank, and and then the other guys were sitting in the grandstands. And I saw them, and I went wandering over there, as a high schooler, embarrassed to acknowledge them directly, but eventually I did. And they recognized me. Well, they acknowledged me and then asked, I asked them actually, so you guys SEALs? And he said, yes, we are. Are you interested? And one guy yells out, there's a 70% attrition rate or something to that effect. In other words, 70% of the people don't make it. And I'm like, okay, that don't sound very promising. But I remember them saying that. And then that was the end of that. I never did, I never signed or joined until 19 years later. Well, I was 17, I'm sure, when they came. So 20 years later, I ended up signing my name on the dotted line when I was 37 years old. I brought my paramedic license into the military. And that's how I joined Jonathan. I joined a program called APG's program, Advanced Pay Grade, where they bring your civilian experience into the military. And you can Google it. You can ask Alexa, how long has the Navy or the military been incorporating civilian experience into the military, bringing civilians into the military? And if I'm not mistaken, it goes back to George Washington days. So it's nothing new. It's like, but it was new to me. It's like, really? They take your civilian experience? So I had to inquire about that. What's this all about? I'm a paramedic. What would be the equivalent rank, in the military as a paramedic, with paramedic school? And so I went in and I asked, and the rest is history. They offered me a part-time job in the United States Navy. Actually, the Army did too, but I didn't choose the Army. And I didn't go into the military. If I'd gone into a Marine Corps recruiter, they would have directed me to the Navy. Because as the Marines know, that's who provides medical support, is the Navy for the Marines. And as Jimmy and Jonathan and others know, that's why they call me Doc. That's why I have the name Doc in front of my name on my channel. Because that's what the Marines call the Navy corpsman. Anybody. It could be a Navy dentist. If you're in the medical, what do they call that? The medical Anyways, the medical support, you're a doc, quote unquote doc. Even if you are a true doctor, they're going to call you doc. Or if you're a commissioned officer and you're a high-ranking officer, they're still going to call you doc. It was pretty cool to be part of that. I'm reading your comments here. Your grandpa's a Vietnam vet, Jonathan, Jimmy. For God and his righteousness cannot tell a lie. This can hurt us sometimes. That's right. That's right. You see, even that alone says that the truth cannot be wrong about anything it knows. Otherwise, if it's not the truth, it's a what? It's a lie. So he's either telling the truth or it's a complete lie. No two ways about it. It's either one or the other. So if God claims to be the truth, then he can't be wrong about anything he knows. And that's something that is so profound to me, so clear. Like, so what is the point? The point is, get to know the truth. Don't you want to know? Isn't that what everybody's been trying to find since day one? But yet, the answer is so obvious. It's so clear. It's overwhelmingly convincing to me. Why? Because it can't be wrong about anything it knows. That makes so much sense to me. So I would rather put my trust in that than in me. Why? Because I can be wrong about anything I know. That's called our stinking thinking. Anyways, I could go on and on and on about that. I'll keep repeating myself. But it's just too good. It's too good. I don't have to be wrong. I don't have to be right anymore. Although I still struggle with that. Ask my wife. But I don't need to be right about it because I can't be. Why? Because I can be wrong about anything I know. You see? Oh my gosh, I love this history stuff here. What is it? My maternal grandfather was an Army Air Corps Master Sergeant stationed at Port Moresby in New Guinea. Wow, what? 1943-45. And then they were responsible for killing thousands of Japanese troops in the Sea of Bismarck using the B-25 Mitchell gunship. Oh my gosh. And sunk many vessels. Yeah, if you put your complete trust in the Lord, yeah, he'll never let you down. Why? Because he can't be wrong about anything he knows. You see, Jimmy? You see how profound just that statement is? I just recently, I'm stuttering, I just recently adopted that into my thinking. Every time somebody challenges me now, I can always go back to, because it can't be wrong about anything it knows. And then I can go from there and elaborate. People ask me, why do you believe there's a God? Because he can't be wrong about anything he knows. You see? It's a great, answer to somebody contending with you, or just asking you a question. The other thing is logic, mathematical probability, and observational science. Whenever you ask, I don't know if you saw those videos, there's a guy that does a great talk about those three criteria: logic, mathematical probability, and observational science. He's a Christian minister or ministry in Canada. It's either Christian Ministry International or Christian Research in CRI, CMI, or Answers in Genesis, one of those three. And he uses those three criteria when asking everything. And so I adopted it. And it's profound, the difference that Alexa, for example, one AI, what the answer is. When you say, Alexa, using logic, mathematical probability, and observational science, and then ask your question. And it's perfect. Not perfect, sorry. It's just profound, the answer. And it fits. It's pretty darn good. I've saved actually 3 or 4 responses. I asked Alexa to send it to my email. Send that response to my email. And within seconds, she does that or he does that. So I can reflect back on it and then I read it, when I'm talking. And if I could go there right now, I'd bring it up on my email, but I'd interrupt the live stream and I could do it, but I'm not gonna, so. By the true numbers, the existence of a supreme being in the universe over 80%. I was gonna say it's gotta be better than that. Because I tell people it's overwhelmingly convincing. The model, that's what I have learned. The model that the existence of God is overwhelmingly convincing that there is a creator. So I have no choice but to reject everything else. It's like obvious. It really is that simple. The numbers, in the medical field, we go by numbers quite a bit. When you're doing tests on drug testing and the efficacy of things and just doing tests and treatments. When you're doing treatments for people, you do percentages. You look at, the results. And then you record those results, and then you end up with numbers. And then a doctor's able to say, we've done tests on this particular drug, and it is the efficacy of this drug is 95%. And then they have to tell you the 5%, the risks and complications and yada, yada, yada. But when you go by the numbers, it's a no-brainer that if a drug is 95% effective, that the chances are that you're taking the right treatment. That's a pretty darn good percentage. So when you have information, when you have evidence based on logic, mathematical probability, and observational science with numbers that are overwhelming in favor of a creator, then Scripture says you're without excuse. And we really are. But yet they're going to have the naysayers, and you're going to have people trying to prove it wrong. Like, well, they have the right to do that, but the numbers are there. So why, good luck. There you go. I like it. It's more than that, but witnessing, especially to the evangelical atheists, they love numbers. Yeah. Charlie Kirk was incredible with his ability to remember stuff and recall numbers. Remember? Oh, he was, yeah, I bowed to him. Not literally, but you know what I mean. He was incredible in recalling numbers. And that's what he relied on. Did you notice that? He was all about numbers. It's like, the numbers don't say that. You know, the numbers say. Yeah, that's a deep subject there, Jimmy. Well, Neanderthal man as the evolutionist, you know, that's where that term came from. Didn't come from a creation worldview, that's for sure. But unfortunately, you know, we do refer to certain people groups now by the, you know, the evolutionary coined phrases. Even when it comes to geology, you know, we're now having to the creationists are forced to kind of refer to the names of the different layers by the evolutionary, you know, coined layers. But so Neanderthal on that point, you know, is not what they weren't what the creationists, you know, describe it as. But now from a genetic standpoint, they show that we all have Neanderthal in us. Neanderthal, quote unquote, it was just another person, another people group. When you do your genetic, you know, saliva, DNA on Ancestry.com and the others, you know, they'll tell you how much Neanderthal you have in you. It's like, duh, they were people. They were intelligent people, not what the evolutionary description of a Neanderthal, you know, with the jutting jaw and the eyebrows that protrude out and the hunched over and the bent knees like a gorilla. What a hoax. I got the book on my coffee table, Evolution, the Greatest Hoax in America in Modern History. Great book, by the way. Yep, of course. Have you been to Kentucky yet, Jimmy? If you haven't, do what it takes to get there and see it. My wife and I and my son did a trip there to the Ark. Wow. It's a great tour, and it talks about what you're talking about, describes and shows, gives examples of, you know, how all the species of animals of that time, all the kinds, I shouldn't say, not the species, all the kinds of animals could have easily fit on the Ark with lots of room to spare. And the food and the extra niceness. What a name for the comment. Bootlicker. Hey bro, I said earlier to somebody, why not just come into a chat or a live stream and just talk? Come on. Talk like a human being and ask questions. And it's like I'm picturing, you know, somebody 13-year-old behind a keyboard in his bedroom, you know, and he's just there to get away with things because he can, and nobody's watching him. It's like, come on, just come in and have a conversation. Tell me about yourself. See what I mean? Tell me about yourself. Where are you from? Yeah, so who do you want in this place there, Mr. Niceness? Who'd you vote for? Come on. Come on, fool, now that you're going to be a jerk. Oh, by the way, guys, remember, everybody in the room, if you're seeing, there's only 2 people here, but you do have a ignore button or a block button. I encourage you to use that if you don't want to see somebody's comments, ridiculous comments. They won't see your comments, and they won't see yours. You won't see theirs. It'll be as if he's not even here. Now I, on the other hand, get to see everybody, and then it's up to me to get rid of the person. Or come on, niceness. Nope. I've seen core samples from the Gulf of Mexico, and about 5,400 years ago, there was a huge influx of fresh water in the Gulf of Mexico, a massive even, yeah. The evidence goes on and on and on, and the misinterpretation of evidence, and they come up with different conclusions because the glasses that they're wearing, the worldview that they're viewing that evidence through is already presuppositioned towards one long ages or a young earth. But like you said, when you look at the numbers, when you look at the evidence, you look at the model from a creation worldview, it's overwhelming. I was just watching another video. I was rewatching a video from one of those three ministries I already mentioned: Creation Research Institute, CRI, or CMI, Creation Ministries International, or Genesis. What did I just say? Answers in Genesis. They put out one of those three. They put out some great videos on the different sciences from a creation worldview. And they talk about core samples and how the core samples are interpreted from a creation worldview as opposed to an evolutionary worldview, or vice versa. And the creation worldview is much more convincing, overwhelmingly convincing. And it points towards the events that happened during and after the flood, and how those reflect those core samples, and how you can see the different events that went on. And they were quickly laid down, as opposed to the amount of years that the evolutionists give those core samples, and how they come up with their, millions of years and billions of years. Just good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, Geese, I was going to say, I've never seen him before, but if he decides to, again, use your block, really, just use your block. I believe you can, even if you're not a moderator. For example, if I click on your name, Jimmy, there's actually, I got a lot more options because I'm the host. But I believe you guys have a block option. And he'll literally just disappear, and you won't see his comments, and he won't see yours. But again, I'll keep him in the room as long as I can, unless he starts to say something, inappropriate or illegal, and then I can boot him out. But the longer I can keep him in the room, the better it is for the algorithm and so on. So I encourage him to just come on, participate. Just, have a normal conversation. Oh, speaking of something off the subject, this external mic that I'm wearing, this little fuzzy, thing right here, I'm impressed with it. It's high speed, it's good to go. I mean, it works, it's clear, it's worth the price, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm having an issue with it, and I think I'm going to have to return it. And I'm kind of sad because, man, it's like I want to rave about it and give it high reviews, but it's not. It's when it's in the little charging station that it comes with, just a finger, looks like a thumb drive, but big, and these little mics underneath the fuzzy, they fit on the ends of this charging station, and then you plug in the charging station into USB and it charges it. Well, I'm finding that it must be a connector problem. Maybe I need to take an eraser and rub the contacts or something, but it's just not charging. It's becoming unreliable. I'll have it charge all day long, and the flashing light will stop. It'll be fully charged. And so I put it away and I carry it with me, and when I go to use it, right in the middle of me using it, all of a sudden I get a comment saying, "You're mute." And I look down, and sure enough, the little blue light is flashing, which means it's disconnected. It's not paired. So I take off the mic, and I have to, take the little fuzzy off, and I got to use the little button and make sure the blue light turns on, and then wait for it to put it in pairing mode, and then wait to see if it connects. And all of a sudden, I look at the little microphone, and the light is off. And then I try to turn it back on, and the light won't come on anymore, which tells me there's no battery. It's like, wait a minute, I just charged it all night long. So then I use the other one. This is the second one. And I'm good to go so far for like the last hour. Actually, maybe the last hour and a half. Gosh, mosquitoes are finding me and eating me up. And I've got these yep, there's the mosquitoes. Gosh. I've got these, what do you call it, candles burning next to me, but they obviously aren't working. What are these candles called again? Oh my God, my hand is itching bad. Ooh, I must have got fed on by a mosquito. Any exposed skin is getting me. You know what? I'm going to go inside. There's no reason why I need to stay out here anymore. The reason why is because the rain has stopped and the humidity is building and the mosquitoes are rising from the dead. So I'm out of here, going in the house. Okay, mosquitoes win. Mosquitoes 1, Doc 0. All right. Let me get things out of my hands and get the phone holder and get set up on the couch and continue this. Okay. Gosh, my hand is literally buzzing from that bite. It is literally vibrating. I got bit on the ring finger, and my finger is buzzing. It's itching, incredible right now. That must have been one strong mosquito. What am I doing? Oh, I got the phone holder here, and I'll set this up. Matter of fact, speaking of charging, this little circle light, ring light that is on this phone holder is not charged. It died last night. I did not plug it in, so you've got to remember that. Okay, you know what? To keep the Trump haters from commenting anymore, I'm gonna get my military cover on, and that way nobody gets triggered. And okay, rain jacket is off. That served its purpose. And let me get the cover. I think I left it in my room. Stand by. Got it. Okay. Enough of the, let me get that. Throw that on and take off the neck gaiter. Whoa. Yeah, it's too bad. I'm gonna have to send this back, and I kind of regret. I'm contemplating. Do I just get a new one, or do I try another brand? And stand by. There we go. So I'm probably gonna just order the same, because I do like it. It's just, it's not, if it dies again and I'm having charging problems with the next one, then I have no choice but to reject it, right? Speaking of numbers, I'm gonna have to make a decision, to jump ship and get a different brand. So let me see here. Okay, I think that's good. I think I need a little bit more light. From way back there? Yeah, I think that should be good. What do you think? I can zoom in a little bit. Or a lot of it. How about that? There we go. You and Trump can stay where you both are. It is, sorry, these glasses aren't like my contacts. If someone is being dishonest or not. You know, I even tell my son, it's like, so what is it about us that need to focus on the faults of people? Why not focus on the accomplishments, of Trump? Point out what he's done, and that usually shuts people up. They're like, they don't know, because that's all they've been doing is focusing on his faults. They can point out his faults left and right, but you ask them, so what has he done? Name what he's accomplished, for the last, how long's it been? 2 years? Less than 2 years? And when you do that, it's like jaw-dropping. What he's put in place, the amount of money he's brought into America, the changes he's made, the lives he's saved, right? By shutting the border down to people that hurt and harm. Nobody seems to want to point out the drugs, that he's halted, the amount of lives that he's saved from keeping fentanyl off the street. The business decisions he's made with foreign countries, the billions of dollars, that foreign companies have invested in our country, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The list just keeps going. But yet nobody wants to mention that. They just want to point out Epstein and the military that he avoided, or What the? Are you asking me? You know, you'd have to research that on your own, and you can go to whitehouse.com and get those answers. You know, I subscribe to that, or I have that app, and you can download it and answer those questions. It'll list everything that he's, you know, what he's done from a business standpoint. What is that? Biden, the United States of, I'm sorry, I can barely read that. Is it Amerigoth? Yeah, China hasn't really been in the news, have they? That's pretty peaceful. Here, let me see. I don't. Oh, you know what? Wonder if I can. Yeah, I can probably just open up my television and bring up that website, and I'll read right from the website, and you know, point out. You know, some simple facts. Okay, let's see here. My wife was playing good old Mario Brothers. She's brought that back into existence. It's her favorite pastime now, is to try to beat all the different levels of Mario Brothers. The old one, that is. Let's see here. All right, I'm on the right page. What's going on here? What am I doing? Going to the browser, and I'll just access the website that way. The app is on my phone, and I'd have to interrupt the live stream in order to get the app up. And even if I could, I can't keep both open simultaneously and read from one. So I'll just use the TV here. What is the app? What is the White House app? Whitehouse.com? I believe that is. Here we go. No, that ain't gonna be it. All right, that isn't. If anybody can look that up, what is the? What's the actual White House website? Show me the link there, Chad, on that claim. Or, you know, give us the information where we can look it up. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pause the live stream just real quick. I'm gonna look up this, I'm gonna get the app and see what the website is. I'm back. Can you do a sound check on my channel real quick, Jordan?
What?
Can you do a sound check real quick? Hey guys, can you hear me still? I'm going to have my son do the same thing. Am I looking for work? No, I'm retired. The whitehouse.gov. Okay, my son just,
Yeah, I can hear you.
okay. So apparently my audio is good. Okay, White House. Okay. Continue to sign. Why is it not secure? What? Is it the whitehouse.gov or whitehouse.gov? Jordan.
What?
Is it the whitehouse.gov or whitehouse.gov?
Whitehouse.gov.
Okay. See, just 3 letters and that'll screw everything up. Okay, whitehouse.gov. Got it. Okay, I got the same thing that my app looks like. Okay, news, election integrity, Save America. Just clicking on the Save America tab. See what. Let me see. Trump accounts, ratepayer, gallery, live stream, election integrity, Save America. Implementing the voter ID. That's a long time coming. Trying to look at the investments. What's Freedom 250? If jobs. Oh, these are just stories from across America. That's Freedom 250. Maybe just click on, what did I say, investments, for example. Okay. Since President Donald Trump returned to office, his America First economic policies have sparked trillions of dollars in new investments in U.S. manufacturing, technology, and infrastructure. Total U.S. and foreign investments, $10.7 trillion. UAE, foreign investment, $1.4 trillion, manufacturing and industry, technology, aerospace, and energy. Qatar, $1.2 trillion in manufacturing and industry, technology and manufacturing. Japan, $1 trillion, manufacturing and industry, auto plants and U.S. steel. Meta, $60 billion, technology and AI, AI infrastructure and workforce expansion. Apple, $60 billion, technology and AI, manufacturing and training. Saudi Arabia, foreign investment, $600 billion. I keep saying 60, $600 billion. Manufacturing and industry, that's technology and manufacturing. And then EU firms, that's trade deals, $600 billion, various sectors. It's a general investment. NVIDIA, $503 billion, technology and AI, AI infrastructure and supercomputers. SoftBank, OpenAI and Oracle, $500 billion. That's technology and AI. That's AI infrastructure, Project Stargate. And then India, $500 billion, manufacturing and industry, mutual trade expansion. And then South Korea, $450 billion. That's energy and environment, U.S. energy products. Amazon, $340 billion. Keep going. America First, $300 billion. AT&T, $250 billion. Micron, $203 billion. TSMC, $200 billion. JERA, $200 billion. IBM, $150 billion. Do you realize a billion is 9 zeros? Google, $83 billion. Pfizer, 70 billion. Johnson & Johnson, 57 billion. SpaceX, 55 billion. Anthropic, 50 billion. AstraZeneca, 50 billion. Genentech, 50 billion. Bristol Myers Squibb, 40 billion. Eli Lilly and Company, 31.5 billion. Gosh, how much further do I need to go? And yet, nobody mentions this. And this is all what? For the demise of America? What? Ford, John Deere, DAMAC Properties, CMA, Stellantis, Venture Global, Woodside Energy, Bahrain, Global Foundries, Homer City Redevelopment, First Energy, PA Data Center Partner and Powerhouse Data Centers, Nippon Steel, AbbVie, Gilead Science, PA Defense and Innovation, JP Morgan, Merck, PPL, GM, Ireland, Westinghouse, CoreWeave, Clarios, UCB, Pratt, US Steel, Jet Zero, Toyota Motor, Global Wafers, Mercedes-Benz, Mitsubishi, Skidio, GE Appliances, OMG. I don't have enough time to cover all the investments. I'm down to 500 million now. And the list just is incredible. Look at the whole page. I've got a bar on the side that just keeps going. All the way down to the very last one, which is McDonald's. 375,000 jobs, food and beverage, workforce expansion. And yet comments like, what? It took 100,000 manufacturing jobs? Huh? What? Where'd you get that? See, it's like nobody, all you got to do is just go to the White House, whitehouse.gov, and under investments. Yeah, so, I rest my case. There's no, I don't need to defend him. I'm in awe of a president that can do as much as what he's done. Just the amount of work, his work ethic, nobody talks about that, or very few people talk about that. His own son is in awe of his dad. He doesn't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he can go and do so much and be awake for as long as he is with no sleep. He says the guy's a different breed. He says, I got to sleep and get my 8 hours, talking about the dad of his daughter that has a YouTube channel. When he, during his first term, in 2020, he told the people he was running against, if you remember, he said it to Hillary, he said it to what was the president's son that ran. Anyways, he said, you don't have the energy. He says, you don't have the stamina that I have. And now that I see the guy working, it's like, that's what he's talking about. There's nobody in that group that he ran against that can do what he does. It's phenomenal. Just as a person, to be able to go and do and spend the amount of time that he puts in as the President of the United States. What in the world are people dwelling on? They just want to shoot him down and get him out of here? Why? Who do you want? Who do you want in his place? What, everything he's doing is just a total demise to making America great again? I'm being facetious. It's like, what? Yeah, I wonder, it's too bad that he couldn't have been serious wearing that 2028 hat. I'm running again. I wish he could. Yeah, I wonder if Marco, although I always remember it was an elder statesman, I forget who it was. It was either, I forget his name. When interviewed and asking about Trump, he says, I wish, and this was like an 80-year-old man, talking about the younger Trump at the time. I wished I could think like Trump. And coming from a veteran elder statesman to say that, about somebody is like, wow. To me it is, at least. And so I wonder who's going to be able to think like Trump. And my answer is, I don't think there is. I don't really think there is somebody that's going to be able to actually think like he does. So whether it's Marco Rubio or whoever it is that runs and wins, I still don't think we're going to have another Trump, in office. And it's going to fall short. They're going to fall short compared to who Trump is and what he can do. The amount of effort that he's putting into doing this. Yeah, so, but we'll see. We'll see who, who ends up in office. And the changes, God forbid, these investments that I just read, I didn't even read half of them, are going to all of a sudden just be taken away. Everything's going to be missed. These things that he has in place are going to be overturned. The executive orders and all of that. I wonder. The team that he has in place, those, that are helping with all this, what's going to happen to them? Is the next president going to keep them? Or are they going to totally lay them off and put it in another team? Minister, or Mr. Worm. I almost thought that said minister. Minister Worm. Preach. Yeah, what verse is that? I like that. I've read that many times. Sanctify them in the truth. Thy word is truth. No. Navy corpsman. I was in the medical corps. John 17:17. I like it. I'm going to get my book. Give that man a Bible. John 17:17. King James, thank you very much. John 14. I am watching your time. You're doing well. 17:17. Sanctify in bold words. Sanctify. I'm going to define that here real quick. To be beg, implore, beseech, to be set apart, to be set apart, sanctify. So set apart them through thy truth. Thy word is truth. How do you set them apart? Through the truth. Through what can't be wrong about anything it knows. Imagine that. How do you tell the difference? Use the truth. Rely on somebody that can't be wrong about anything he knows. The truth. Why? The word is truth. Speaking of the word, let's go back to John 1. Right? Who was that? Mr. Wait. Yeah, mister. Speaking of the Word, what is the Word? It said thy Word is truth. Hold on to that. Let's see what the beginning of the chapter says. In the beginning was the Word. Capital W. This is John 1, if those that want to follow along. John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word. And the Word, capital W, was with God. So we're talking about two different entities, right? The Word and God. Okay? And the Word, W, capital W. So what is a word that begins with a capital? It's a proper noun, right? A person, place, or thing. Okay? But it's capital W. The Word was God. At first it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. And now we got, and the Word was God. Okay, so we got like two different entities, but they're one. All right? Hold on to that. The same, that is the Word, this is verse 2, was in the beginning with God. So now we're talking about two different things again. All things were made by Him, and without Him was not anything made that was made. And in Him was life. And the life was the light, speaking of the light of men. The light, there it is, the light of men. Verse 5, and the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. Or the darkness, I'm looking down at my little notes here, understood it not, mentally grasped it not. That is, the light didn't understand darkness. Darkness didn't understand the light. There was a man sent from God whose name was John. So now we're now away from the Word and God. Now we're talking about a person, another person, okay? There was a man sent from God, and his name was John. The same, John, that is, was a witness to bear witness of the light, capital L. So, the truth, the light, the Word, God, okay? This John was a witness for this light. That all men through him might believe. John, he says, he was not that light, capital L. So he's just clarifying that. We're not talking about, John isn't the light. He's a witness for the light. Okay? Capital L, light, that is. That all men, okay, he was not that light, but was sent to bear witness of that light. Verse 9. That was the true light, capital L, which lighteth every man that cometh into the world. Every man that cometh into the world lit every man. All right? He was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. He came unto his own. And we're talking about the light now, the capital L light. This light was in the world, and the world was made by him. So everybody who existed was made by this light. Just like the beginning says, all things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. Okay, so it's reiterating. He was in the world, and the world was made by him. That is, the light. And the world knew him not. Okay? Not only did they not know him, but he came into his own, and his own received him not. So now those that he made, these people, they didn't even receive him. Okay? They didn't believe in him. Verse 12. But as many as received him, that's those that did believe him, to them he, that is the light, gave them power to become the sons of God. Okay, those that believe. Even to them that believe on his name. It really is that simple. All you got to do is believe in his name. Okay, but there's more to that. There's more to believe than just, oh, I believe that. No, study the word believe. I have. And it'll take you to understanding, it'll take you to studying based on evidence, facts, studying. Then you come to the conclusion, oh, okay, I believe that. Sometimes you rely on other people, what they say. You take all that into consideration before you say, I believe that. A little, like, how many people actually do that before they say, oh, I believe that? Anyways, that's the condensed version of believe, okay? So continuing, verse 13, which were born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of the man, not of the will of man, but of God. He's talking about those that received him, that believe on him. They're talking about now they were born, so they're born again, but not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor the will of man, but of God. So you've heard that expression, born again? And even, do you remember in previous books and chapters, the naysayers are asking, so how can I came from my mother's womb again? They didn't understand. What do you mean, be born again? Be born again. And he's clarifying. He said, you're not being born again through blood, nor of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God. Let me continue, verse 14. And the Word, capital W, was made flesh. He became a person, and he dwelt among us. This flesh. And we beheld his glory. Beheld is saw, or in other words, we saw him. We saw his glory. The glory as of the only begotten of the Father, capital F Father, full of grace and truth. So who are they talking about? Obviously, Jesus Christ. Okay? John bare witness of this person and cried, saying, this was he of whom I spoke about. This is the one I bear witness for. This is the job I was given, John saying. This guy, he's pointing at him, this man. This was he of whom I spoke. He that cometh after me is preferred before me, for he was before me. And of his fullness, he's pointing at Christ, have all we received, and grace for grace. That is, getting what we don't deserve. Grace is getting what you don't deserve. Anyways, and it continues. So that was the little study on the word. Right? Where were we? John 17:17. You're doing well. I'm watching your time. John 17:17. Sanctify them through thy truth. Oh, thy word is truth. So I went back to, what is the word? What are they talking about? Well, we found out. The word is Jesus Christ, who was with God, right? From the beginning. So hence why we get that word triune, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, you know. They're three, but they're one. One was God in the flesh. One was God the Spirit, right? 1 John 4:8, for God is Spirit. I'm sorry, that's God is love. 1 John 4:8. There's another verse, God is a spirit. He was flesh also. And he's a spirit. God, Son, Spirit. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, right? Okay, I'm not reading all your comments. Sorry about that, guys. I was reading your last comment there. If someone is waiting on God to solve their problems without effort on their part, this could take quite a long time to physically manifest, possibly never. Yeah, and you, I'm sure you would agree. The very first thing, though, is to believe. Very first thing. You got to make that decision to believe. And again, I said to believe is to study. I could done it before. I could read you the definition of believe and what belief is based on. And once you've done that and you've concluded, okay, there's definitely the chances, the numbers say that in the beginning God created, there was a creator. It's overwhelmingly convincing that there was a creator. Okay, now I want to know more. I believe that that is the truth. And so so the truth says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son. That's Christ. That whosoever believeth in Christ should not perish but have everlasting life. I want to believe that. I want to accept that. I did my study. The evidence is overwhelmingly convincing. Talk to me. Feed me more. And that's the very first thing. And then, if you're waiting on God to solve your problems without an effort on your own part, and then you find out, though, the effort that you're making is different now than the effort that you used to put out now that you believe. You start seeing things from a different perspective. The things that you look at, the things that you hear, what comes out of your mouth, the places you go, the people you visit, the people you hang around with, it starts to change. Right, Jimmy? So now the effort that you're putting out is I'm speaking from my own experience is now you start approaching it so much different than you used to, because before you didn't even think, you had no other way of thinking. Now you've got this alternative way of thinking, this totally different perspective, worldview. And you start solving your problems so much differently than what you used to do. You find yourself on your knees in your bedroom or with your head bowed in your own car before you take off, crying out to your Creator, for whatever, guidance, protection, help, praising Him, thanking Him. Whoever, it's like, all due respect to my mom and dad, but they never taught me that. I never did that growing up. I didn't see my mother and father on their knees. I never saw them pause before they took off and say a prayer in the car before we left. It just wasn't, they didn't know. They didn't know there was another worldview. And so they didn't teach us that either. And then I found out, when I was 42 years old, here in New Jersey and discovered a program, curriculum-based program, that walked me through what I was just doing with you. Where to even start? What book do you open to when you read the Bible? Where do you start? Well, this curriculum-based program I got involved in held my hand and walked me through it. And it became a study course. And you got curriculum in front of you. You turn to page 1, and when you do that assignment, you go to page 2, and you do that assignment. And you work this program for, you can take up as long as you want. There's no easy or right way to work the program. But the curriculum is already done for you. And all you do is just work the program. And if you work the program works. Changes your life. Next thing you know, you're looking at a dinosaur bone from a different worldview. You end up, that alone, speaking of, it ends up buying your books like Biblical Biology 101 or Biblical Geology 101 and how Noah's flood caused a single ice age, or evolution, the greatest deception in modern history. This whole 19 years of being involved with this curriculum-based program is the reason why I have this material. It took me down a road that I couldn't have foreseen. Here's part of the curriculum. Nevertheless I live, living freely in a bound world. I don't know if you can see that's your hand and Christ's hand. It's based on Galatians 2:20. Nevertheless I live. I am crucified with Christ, nevertheless I live, yet not I, but Christ liveth in me. And the life which I now live in the flesh, I live by the faith of the Son of God, who loved me and gave himself for me. It's a scripture song. I am crucified with Christ, nevertheless I live, but not I, but Christ liveth in me. And the life which I now live in the flesh, I live by the faith of the Son of God, who loved me and gave himself for me, who loved me, who loved me, who loved me and gave himself for me. I am crucified with Christ, nevertheless I live, yet not I, but Christ liveth in me. Right? Galatians 2:20. There it is. Nevertheless I live, living freely in a bound world. Signed by the creator of the program. He's now dead. He unfortunately died of a massive heart attack at an airport, traveling. Steve Currington. Who would have known that this program that he was led to open would go worldwide, with over 1,000 chapters in the United States today, including foreign countries. And that's the program. It's called Reformers Unanimous. Reformers Unanimous. Go to reformu.com. It's an old website, but it'll redirect you to the new one. Let me see if I can bring up my YouTube channel. I'll type it in the room. You guys can look it up. It's probably a chapter near you if you're in the United States. And you never knew it. I didn't know. That's how I got plugged into the church that I attend, is through the Reformers Unanimous program, through the banner that was in their front yard. It said Reformers Unanimous. I thought it said Alcoholics Anonymous, or it was a similar program or somehow associated with AA. The only thing I could think of, it had to do with addictions or recovery, was Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous, NA. So when I see this Reformers Unanimous addictions program, I'm thinking, oh, that must be an alcohol or a drug, rehabilitation. The program was for sinners. Do you know any? Programs for everybody. Yeah, reformu.com, look it up. That is REFORM, reform. U, the letter U, not Y-O-U. Reform, letter U, and then .com. Yeah, what's your testimony, Jimmy? Tell us about your family and your upbringing. Were you raised, in church in your family? Did you know anything about it? How'd you get plugged in or associated? Everybody has a pretty cool testimony, how they found the truth. Excuse me here, I'm typing with this Xbox controller here. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had that what do you call it? Double security. My phone. I logged in and my phone lit up and I had to accept it. Yes, it's me. So let me go to my channel here and type in that website. I already gave it to you, but I'll put it up there so you guys can see it. I just saw somebody. Okay. Secular family, yep. Tried to keep me out of church. Got a lot of friction between us. Wow, I love it. Man, that's when you hear, that's why testimonies are so profound. Because people are hearing, they're seeing, and they're listening. And your story, I'm sure, you're not alone. And there's others that are like, wait a minute, he's talking my story. Same with me, my testimony just touches people. Something somebody says all of a sudden like turns their head like, wait a minute, he's experiencing the same thing I went through. Testimonies are powerful. The Word of God talks about testimonies, how powerful testimonies are. I wish I knew that verse. The truth to everything, Union. What is the truth? What is the truth to everything? What is it? DJ. There's your word, DJ. Robert. Oh, I like that, Union. To the creation of everything. I like that. Creation, key word. I like that. Everything. The creation of everything, the answer to everything, the life to everything, the truth, the way. What is the truth to everything? Ooh, corn plum. Preach, brother. Micah 6:8. Micah, are we going there, Robert? DJ, who did I miss? Let me make sure I didn't miss everybody. Union, you came in. Oh, what do you mean? Sorry, I missed your earlier questions because I was talking. University factor. Yes, I am. United States Navy, 1999, 2007. Banana. I'm God, he says. Let's see, I did miss a bunch of people, sorry. Don't forget the thumbs up, guys, gals, if you would. You don't have to subscribe, but hit the thumbs up at least. I like it. You're repeating, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. God, and the Word was God. Speaking of beer, what have you seen the greatest beer run ever? The greatest beer run ever? If you haven't, check it out. Find it. Low budget relatively, but really good. Got some celebrities in there that you know, and others you've never heard of. "2020, I see you." To qualify as a man, one must come by the gate of natural childbirth. I'm catching up here. Jimmy posted quite a bit. Union, DJ. I'm catching up here. Robert, Cornplum, and back to DJ. From the UK, there's a church near me called Guthlax Chapel. Wow, seriously. Dude, I would love to see that. Is it really? It dates back to 700 AD? Dude, that's some history there. Actually, Jimmy, the first time you sin after the age of accountability without Christ, you're a dead man walking. We're all sinners. We're sinners from birth. So you don't have to even sin as soon as you're born. After the age of accountability without Christ. For all have come short of the glory of God. All. All means all, and that's all means. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just... Cornplum, I'd debate you on that. I don't know about now, but I've got some pretty convincing... actually, I got a book right here that talks about the Catholic Church and its documents that it's based on and the corruption that it went through. Not to say that, the origin of the Bible, didn't come from, or where it came from, that Catholicism doesn't, use, but now you're going to get me to open up the book. It's a charted history. It's just a small little pamphlet. So it's there's a lot more to be said, but this introduces you to a charted history of the Bible and where the different, in a nutshell, it covers, I'm turning to the back of the book here. It covers the Alexandria text and the text from Antioch. Alexandria being corrupt, Antioch being not corrupt. And it talks about Alexandria and Antioch and the different translations, where they came from, where they eventually ended up. Covers things like canonization, preservation, translation. Talks about the background to the Old Testament and then the New Testament and how those texts were, either corrupted or preserved. Antioch preserves, Alexandria corrupts. And when you look at those documents and follow them, the Alexandria text, for example, is Catholicism. It's corrupt. And I'm not saying it bad, I'm just going by, what I'm reading. And, you can't, they're doing their best to introduce you to dates and history and the path, that these different texts, what happened to them. And I'm just reading or trying to, summarize. So based on this, the Catholic literature is corrupt. The Catholic Bible is corrupt. I'm not talking bad about it, it's just they give a list in the back, for example, of the this book is it's older now, but it's last written in 2007. The last copyright 2007. But as of 2007, there were, for example, I think I counted them. There's, wait, real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 7. It's like 30 times 3. It's like 90. There was approximately, I think it's 88, 90 Bibles in production as of 2007. Today's version of the Bible are literally pouring off the presses so that it's nearly impossible to keep up with all of them. This was not always the case. For over 200 years, the King James Version was, for all practical purposes, the only Bible in the English language. Now, we are surrounded by a myriad of unreliable versions coming from Alexandria. Remember I said Alexandria is corrupt, Antioch being preserved. At no other time in history has there been such doubt and confusion over the Bible. Time magazine reported April 20, 1981, there is an unprecedented confusion of choices in the Bible. Never have so many major new translations been on the market. For example, there's those 90 that I'm talking about. These 3 rows here, approximately 30 Bibles. These are all different versions of the Bible as of 2007. These all came from, its root is Alexandria. Okay, those 90 Bibles there. There's one come from Antioch. And what is that one? Can you see it? It's the King James. Okay? Anyways, that's blurry, but I'm reading it for you. And it just talks about it. And it gives you, it's a very short pamphlet, a condensed version of the history of the King James and how Antioch was preserved and the steps that it was taken to preserve it for 1,400 years. And then the text from Alexandria and its path that it took and the different places that it fell apart and was corrupted. So, anyways, that's just without going into detail there. Let me get back to my channel here. Somehow I clicked on the back arrow and ended up out of the chat room there. Personally, agnostic, belief science makes more sense. Yeah, I know you're not the only one to, say that. Well, see, here's science overwhelmingly, convincingly supports creation. See, that's where I decided, you know what, it makes total sense. That makes more sense than, that there is only science. Way behind. It's way behind. Here, example. I mean, come on. Just think of it this way. It's like, so here we, with our stinking thinking, we're with the technology we've developed and the things we have today and the advancements and visions of sending men to Mars. Hate to say, but we're going to have a lot of dead people. But when they decide to do that. But yet, I'm thinking of my vegetables that I'm growing in my yard, and my wife's drying out some cantaloupe seeds right now out in the garage. Okay, a cantaloupe seed, that little oval-shaped cantaloupe seed. I'm just taking one seed out of any seed that you could pick. Why, pray tell, can't we reproduce a cantaloupe seed if we're so technologically advanced, us humans? We have science. Create that cantaloupe seed. And I don't mean go to a cantaloupe or grow a cantaloupe vine and take a seed out and, okay, I created one. No. Create it. Reproduce it. Why can't we do that? How far behind are we? Really? What? We would be spinning our wheels. Reproduce a cantaloupe seed. Come on. We've got science. We know everything there is. Huh? We're pretty darn smart, aren't we? Again, I said earlier, there's one question that solves this whole problem is there any chance you could be wrong about anything you know? I mean, it's a stupid question, and the answer is obvious. Of course, right? Well, that means what I just said, of course, could be wrong. Why? Because I could be wrong about anything I know. I'm self-refuting myself by saying, yes, I could be wrong about anything I know. Self-refuting logical fallacy. So, how, pray tell, can we know anything if anything we know could be wrong? The only answer to that question the only accurate answer is no. I can't be wrong about anything I know, but I can't say that. The only thing that can say, no, I can't be wrong, is the truth. Why? Because the truth can't be wrong about anything it knows. So the question is, what is the truth? Look at the screen. What is the truth? There's one answer to that, and it's not a something. It's a person. He lays claim to that he is the truth. He is the only one that can say, no, I cannot be wrong about anything I know. Why? Because he's the truth. He's the answer. He's the way. He's the truth. He's the life. That is where I want to put my studies in. Who is this person that lays claim to that? And that person even says, try me. Prove me wrong. Bring it on. And that's what I've been studying for the last 19 years. And it's jaw-dropping what I found out. And I can't accept anything else. Why? Because like Jimmy said earlier, the numbers are overwhelming. That in the beginning, God created. Science supports the truth. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. It's a no-brainer. 1 + 1 = 2. We are without excuse. It's so obvious. And you know what? The study, the ride that will take you on will rock your world. I guarantee you, 100%, without a doubt, that if you choose to go on that ride, your world will be rocked. So interesting, full of science, journals, scientific journals and evidence, just nonstop. All fields of science it'll cover. I'm looking for the book because I can't say it better than the preface here. In all the fields of science, it'll cover. It'll take you on a ride through the evidence in the fields of geology. I'm grabbing my books as I'm saying this. It'll take you through the fields of geology. I'm reading right from this book. Biology, genetics, medicine, paleontology, chemistry, biochemistry, physics, astrophysics. Are you interested in any of these things? And astronomy. And specific research by esteemed scientists. And from this particular author's personal experience as a consulting geologist and marine scientist. Any of those fields interest you? Would you be willing to pursue those fields of science from a creation worldview? Evolution, the greatest deception in modern history. He challenges the author of this book. I'm going to read so I'm not misquoting him here. He challenges any skeptical person to give this book an impartial reading before dismissing the creationist viewpoint. Why not? Why not dedicate the next part of your life into pursuing the creation worldview? In the beginning, God created worldview. And look at all the sciences, all the fields of science that I just mentioned from a creationist worldview. And like I said, I'll guarantee you 100% that your world will be rocked. The offers, the information's out there, I happen to get introduced to it. And so if this feeble mind can take on something like that. I'm sure somebody with a much more critical mind like yourself and my son and other young up and coming minds out there, would be interested in, would gain something by pursuing that. Do I have a favorite movie? Oh, you're going to go to bed there. Thank you so much, Corn Plum. Don't forget the thumbs up, guys, gals, if you haven't already. Hit my name up there at the top somewhere and click on it, and then you'll see the thumbs up, so on, the like button there. Let's see, do I have a favorite movie? Yeah, The Passion of the Christ is pretty overwhelming. I mentioned earlier, I don't watch a whole lot of movies anymore, but every now and then I'll come across something and watch it and get interested. The Greatest Beer Run Ever was the last movie that I really watched. If you haven't seen that or heard of that, find it. I think it's on Amazon. You can get it for, I don't know, $8 or something, $5 or whatever it is. Rent it and watch it. The Greatest Beer Run Ever. Oh, I never did. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, watch it. I was in tears. I was moved big time. Beautiful. The truth is the opposite of false. That's good. Yep. That's good. Which one? Sorry. The Greatest Beer Run Ever? No, it's a Vietnam. True story. Based on a Vietnam veteran who actually did what he did. And I won't tell you. Well, actually, the name of the movie says it itself. He went on the greatest beer run ever over in Vietnam during the Vietnam conflict as a civilian. M. Wood, Juju, Maito. What did you say that guy is bored? You talking about a BEE double run, what? Crown Vic. Hey, Tel Aviv. No kidding. Praise God. Check that out. Say hello to BB for me. Oh, I keep getting distracted. Let me stop reading and type in this website. Again, this is an older website, but it does redirect you to the current website. How do we stop the IRGC? They kidnapped Americans in the 70s, sponsor terrorists all over the world now. Run beer in his ammo compartment, and it was a big hit with all his buddies. Are you from back, how old are you, Jimmy? I think you said, or you referenced, you were part of the, or was that you, Jimmy? That you said you were part of the Berlin, the Cold War conflict? Was that you? Was that the other guy? Possible to be Christian and communist? No. 68 in November. Oh, you're my brother's age. He just turned, well, thereabouts. My brother's 67. So you were born in 58? Yeah? In November. Yep, you were born 58. My brother was born 59. It was the other guy. Okay. Yep, 58. Yeah. My ex-father-in-law is a backseater in a F4 Phantom. He was a navigator. He was taking pictures during the Vietnam conflict. He used to tell me stories. He'd come in at 1,000 miles an hour. He said, low level, shooting pictures across the tops of Vietnam. I'm not religion is a different. I believe in the truth. I.e., what is the truth? Okay, I'm a Christian. Christian isn't a religion, it's the truth. Religion is man's way of trying to please God, trying to be good enough, based on works. You know, Christianity is not based on works. It's based on the belief in Jesus Christ. I hope that answered your question. Chammy Faye, Chim. Thumbs up. Don't forget the thumbs up. Everybody, thanks for coming in, everyone. Guys, it's a good outcome. I'm blown away already. Doesn't produce continuous life. Okay, wait. Let me back up. My embodiment journey. Oh, Bird. It just happened. We just happened to be on the subject of the truth when you came in. Although we've been talking about everything from military to emergency medicine, and now the truth, the Word of God. I'm 20 minutes older than you. Liberty, Iran. Were you a veteran USS? By any chance? Louisiana, Catholic, had to learn several liberal arts and sciences in the Henry Pelican and Sunday school. I lived in New Orleans and Baton Rouge, and I worked in St. Bernard Parish. Do Christian veterans who participate in war go to heaven? Sure, if he believes in Jesus Christ, right? A Christian. If you're a Christian, then you believe in Christ. I went to war. Although I wasn't a Christian, well, technically I was, right? But I mean, I didn't know what I know now when I went to Iraq. Yeah, I couldn't say I wasn't a Christian, but I definitely wasn't preaching the gospel over in Iraq. Veterans who are in Jesus Christ go to heaven. Yeah, God forbid they don't believe before they take their last breath, right, Jimmy? Man, this conversations and questions can just open doors to talk about the gospel. I just read the last comment and I got this idea, but I thought, no, I'm not gonna bring it up. Oh, what happened? My YouTube channel. I just lost it. I hit the wrong button somehow. I don't know. Let's see. Planet who are evil seem that they should be taken off the planet in order to spare the innocent. Really? You're here also. You're here. I'm here. We're all here. I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream. I scream, you scream. Yeah, we all scream for. Hoorah. Now see, really knows. Have you been here before? You see, those that know will come in and say comments that make sense. You're here. PO2. That's Petty Officer Second Class. He recognized the chevrons on my hat. Prior Navy? Really? What? Big tub. I have a long neck. I hardly have a neck. Only this long. Short. I got a big head. Yeah, a big head. That's what the MacKay is known for, the big head. The long head. Hoorah, Kevin. Praise God for the military. PO2 sounds like a game station. What is that? PlayStation 2? PC 2? PS2, I mean. PO2 sounds like a game station. Well, there you go. Have you ever had to work with any Navy SEALs or Delta Force operator during your time in the military? No. Never worked with them. I got to see one, I think, Delta Force come through our FOB heat there in the Al-Anbar province. This guy came in wearing all this Iraqi garb. I don't know the Iraqi name for the scarf, that they wear. And he was in like, what do you call it? Village attire. He kind of had that look of I think he had his head wrap. And he was an American. One of my shipmate friends that I was working with said in a kind of a whisper, "This guy, Delta Force." I was like, "Who?" He pointed him out, and I went, "No kidding." He was all by himself. He was all by himself. That was pretty cool. He came in all by himself, and he left all by himself, on foot. I was like, I wouldn't have known who he was. I thought maybe he was there for medical care. We were at the BAS, the Battle Aid Station. It's a primitive emergency room in this building that we occupied. And this guy came in that traditional garb. And my other HM2, second class petty officer, Corpsman, said, "Check it out." He's like, and I looked to see what he's referring to. He says, the guy's Delta Force. I'm thinking, okay. And I overheard him talking, and all he wanted to know is, what kind of medical care you got here? Can you show me your setup? And one of our first class, guys in charge kind of gave him a tour, opened up our cabinets. It's just a primitive first aid station is what it is. Or I should say an advanced first aid station, which isn't saying much. So nobody's going to survive in our hands. It's either initially treat them with the basics and either drive them out or fly them out. That's what's going to save their life. We're not going to save this life. But yeah, it was my only experience with Special Forces was this Delta Force guy came through. And he left. He came in by himself. He left by himself. He didn't get in any vehicle. He was on foot. Off he went. Don't know what happened to him or where he went. He just disappeared. Those simple little experiences, tell some cool stories. It's kind of interesting. When I look back at, the relatively short time that I spent over there, even the downtime can produce stories that are interesting to talk about. Just little subtle things, that happened. And, out in the shitter, the outhouse, we had like 12 of them. Maybe there was more of, outhouses. And I was bored. That was the theme of the entire 7-month was boredom. Because if you're not sick or injured, what is Doc doing? We don't have anything to do. So it's on a morbid note, but unless you're sick or injured, I'm doing nothing. So during my downtime, I had to go take a dump. So I was over in the outhouse, doing my duty, pants down around my ankles. And I had my cover off, and I had it in my lap, and I was taking my 9mm magazine, and I was popping off all the rounds into my cover, in here. And then I would pick them up one by one, and I would load them back into my magazine. And it's just, developing blisters on your thumb and just counting, pushing all the rounds in, and then putting them all back, just to waste time. I don't even know if I was taking a dump. I was just spending time in there to stay out of sight, out of mind. So here I am counting my rounds off in my cover. And I had them all pretty much back in, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, which is not unusual, a mortar hit somewhere nearby and just rocked. It's like a small earthquake. And that outhouse was like, woof. And I'm inside of it, rocking, going, oh my God. I must have been taking a dump because I had my pants down and literally already had my magazine all loaded back up and it was all put away. And I just was like scrambling to pull my pants back up around my waist and pop the door open. And the routine is to go back to the BAS, don your flak jacket, like that's going to help after the fact, and your helmet, and then wait for the dust to settle, literally sometimes. And then we all do a head count, and then we call communications. We had a literal landline that traveled 300 feet up to the other part of the building where the communications, the CCC was. And we would call them and give them a head count and tell them everybody was accounted for, and they would, that was the routine. So I'm jumping off the shitter and popping the door open, pulling my pants up around my waist and running for the BAS. And so stories like that, like, I guess that's where the term scared the out of you comes from. Yeah, John McAfee, I've watched his channel quite a bit. He's fun to listen to, huh? Yeah, what was his nickname? The animation, Disney animation. What's his name again? Shrek. Yeah. Thank you. You said it right as Sheriff of Baghdad. Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty fun to listen to. Quite the character, and the way he delivers and talks about what he did. A brilliant mind with a sick sense of humor. That's kind of how I interpreted him. He was a wacko. He kind of sounds like he's a little off at times, sometimes, but at the same time, he knew what he was doing. He was very good at what he did. He was scary. Maybe I shouldn't say wacko and off his rocker. He's just a scary dude. Yeah. Maybe, and when I said a scary dude, it made me think of another memory that maybe I'll talk about it sometime. And it's kind of a precursor to my military, joining the military at 37. But it will hold the live stream for hours if you get me started talking about this experience of my life. And it's definitely something to talk about and to share with an audience. Just absolutely bizarre chapter of my life that I experienced. That actually had, it incorporated military, the subject of the military came up. And here I'm gonna open up the can of worms little by little, but I spent 8 months in Louisiana chasing a lady. And during those 8 months is what I'm talking about. And with that experience entailed the military in a peripheral kind of way. But I wasn't in the military. It was just introduced during those 8 months. And it was absolutely bizarre. I even wrote the title of a book, and I don't write books, and I haven't ever finished it. I don't know if I ever will. I barely started it. But I've got the name of 25 chapters, 25 memories, events that happened during these 8 months over there in Louisiana. And I could write about every 25 of them. And if I did, it would be a 300 plus page book. And I even got the name of the book is Her Beautiful Mind. If anybody's out there seen the movie A Beautiful Mind with Russell Crowe depicting the true story of the schizophrenic, the brilliant MIT grad out of Boston, Massachusetts, who had the illness of schizophrenia, and he lived with it, and that movie is about his person. Well, it wouldn't surprise me that I lived with the female version of that. And because I never found out exactly what she suffered from. But the experience that I had was right out of a book. It was bizarre. Absolutely. The roller coaster ride from hell. Emotional roller coaster ride. That was just, I never knew a man could suffer from like a battered woman syndrome. I don't know if there is. I mean, I wasn't, physically battered, but mentally it was bizarre. Beyond bizarre. Just ongoing, daily basis, living with a person that took me on a ride that I'll never forget. Crazy. Should I talk about, oh my gosh, I got one memory in my head right now that I've talked about it before, but it is so, it's like I'm reliving it and I got to talk about it. Some of these comments, the algorithm will automatically withhold and block. And then I look at the comment and I'm like, there's nothing wrong with that comment. So if you don't see it, it's not always, I'm not blocking it. Craigslist, talking something about, wait, you know what? Here I am squinting at the phone. Let me just look at the TV. I've got a 60-inch TV in front of me, and I'm forgetting that I can just sit there and look up and read the comments. Remember, hey guys, gals, just remember, those that come in and say stupid stuff. You have a block button, and I encourage you to use it. It'll just, you know the drill. You won't be able to see any of their comments. They'll still be here unless I get rid of them. But you won't be able to see their comments, and they won't be able to see yours. So that's a underused feature. Let's see here. Experiences in the military. I feel you have a lot of things to share with the world. It was actually the most boring camp out of my life, interrupted by moments of chaos. But I do have some stories. I've talked about them before. I knew a Green Beret E8 overseas that gave me a 11B Special Force Handbook. So that wasn't in there because so much info was classified at the time. A buddy named Gary Morgan, a Navy SEAL. And, I read that one. Have I ever had to work with any of the Navy SEALs? I talked about that. I was CT1. Oh, really? Okay, you answered my question. Sorry. Is that CTI or CT1? You're talking about, but Army and worked with Navy intel. Oh, okay. So you were Army. Gotcha. Balad. Hey, what do you know about Balad? Was I saying something about Balad? That's the munitions fob where they exploded all the ordnance about 6 o'clock every evening. Wasn't that Balad? Really, help me out, Balad. Am I correct? I just read that. Are you still there? Oh my gosh. I'm getting back memories from that. I believe it is Balad. Balad was a fob where they exploded all the ordnance that they recovered, and they would set off an alarm or they'd get about a radio message every evening whenever they detonated it, because it was quite the spectacle to watch from a distance, in a big mushroom cloud into the air, in a big kawoom or woomph in the distance, and the crack of the sound barrier, etc. See if you're still there. I don't see him commenting anymore. What was that? Tell us a story about trying the Arizona. What? Sorry, hillbilly? I wonder if I need that light so bright. No, I don't. And this one either. This one should be off, actually. Let me see here. Is that the lowest? I think that's the lowest. Let's see. Where is this comment? Is that way back? A little bit. Trying to find that Craigslist post again. Maybe he deleted it. Oh, it was withheld. I see. That's what it. Where did you go? Too dark. Can't even see you. Why are you sitting in the dark? Weg of sky. Okay. Leopard print can be classy. You have beautiful eyes. I mean, my glasses. My big old glasses. I'm usually wearing contacts, but I kind of scratched my left eye, falling asleep with them in, and I got to give them a chance to heal here. What's your dark side? Champy Chim. Okay, enough with the nice guy act. What's your dark side? With the eyeballs. Anthony, Afrikaans. Did everybody hit the thumbs up? We're good? Oh, what is that? Westboro Baptist Church speaks the truth about the troops. Hoorah. Where's that? Where's Westboro? Sounds like the East Coast. All 4 of them. Why, thank you very much, Jimmy. All right, 4 Eyes. South Carolina. Oh, is that Westboro? South Carolina? Oh, I need some more coffee. I still have mine, so wait, let me zoom in a little bit here. There we go. Yeah. Well, you know what? This turned out to be a good little exchange. Not too many trolls and some good conversation and good questions and comments and yada, yada, yada. How many likes do you see out there, guys? 18? Or is there more? I see 19 now. 19. Hoorah, Cruz. What's up, Mr. Diaz? Eds. Oh my gosh. Is that you? Eds Gracia and Ano Oliver. Is that you, Eds? I can't. Let's see here. Let me click on. Go to channel. That's not your main channel. You know, I've been looking for Eds. No, it's a, nope, that's a different person. Eds Graciano. Okay, different Eds. Gotcha. Okay. June 8th. That's a new channel. How many channels do you have, Eds? Ah, you're talking about the likes. Yep, 20, 21. Oh, I just found her. Oh my gosh. What the heck? I was just asking about this Eds live streamer, and I clicked the back button, and there it is. Okay, got it. I was looking for it. Okay, got my question answered. I'm good. It's better than I deserve. How about you? Cruz. Diaz. I've seen you before. Haven't I? Diaz? You came in before? And whereabouts are you, everyone? Eds and Cruz. Leopard. Where are you guys located? We usually get a good turnout from all over the world. Mostly the USA, but people from all over. What did we do? We just had one guy from Tel Aviv. That was cool. Hillbilly. And you? Weatherford, Texas. Get the Camaro that was promised to you? What Camaro? Nigel? You know, that was one of my, I almost bought a 69 Camaro. I was in a motor vehicle accident in 1982. And 4 plus years later, I settled a lawsuit. And with the money that I received from that, I ended up walking home with this check. Actually, it was partial check because I had to give the lawyer a third of it. Yet to deposit it. And I walked into a Porsche dealer. It's only 20, how old was I? 24? 23? And I had these, you know, I always had this dream of owning a Porsche Carrera, you know, with a whale tail. So I decided, just because I decided to walk into this Porsche dealer, with this $111,000 check I think I had in my pocket, and inquire about buying a Porsche cash. I remember the dealer that was like, "Hi, can I help you?" And I'm sitting there looking at this Porsche going, "Oh my gosh, can you imagine owning this thing?" And it had a price tag, whatever the price tag was, And, but I thought, gosh, I could pay cash for this thing. I could pay for this car outright right now. And I told him in a nutshell, what had just unfolded, and that I was able to pay cash for this car. And he looked at me, he was like a dad figure, and he's like, "Son, you don't want to do that." And I'm kind of looking and listening going, "Oh, why not?" "No, you don't want to. Yeah, it wouldn't be a good decision." And he convinced me not to. But anyways, so I went out of the Porsche dealer, and I ended up in another used car lot in Claremont, San Diego. And they had a 69 Camaro and also a Thunderbird, Firebird, with the eagle on the front hood. And why is my phone doing this? I'm plugged in. Or, oh, no. Okay, I got to plug in. Stand by. Mayday. I've got an emergency. Stand by. I'm about to lose my power. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Where's the cord? I'm going to lose power any second. And if I do, I'm going to have to come back. OMG. Where is that extension? Where is it? Mayday. Warning, Will Robinson, warning. Oh my gosh, where is it? I can't charge and run my external mic without this adapter, because I got to plug power in one end and the receiver transmitter on the other one. Oh my gosh, it's gone. I'm gonna be screwed. Stand by. Oh, here it is. I'm sitting on it. No wonder. Okay, you're gonna lose audio for a second. Hold on, stand by. Can you guys hear me? Sound check. Am I still there? Wait a second. What did he say? Are you a veteran? My apologies, sir. Yes, Trey. Can you guys hear me okay? Pop Smoke. Give me a thumbs up. Come on, sound check. Good? Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, I'm plugged in, but I don't know how, let's see, 2%. And it shows charging. But you know what? I got to get another cord. Hold on. Pop Smoke. Okay, I'm back. Wait, this charger is more powerful, and I think it's going to charge phone quicker, and I'm not going to lose. God, I'm only at 2%. Okay, I forgot that I was not on power. How's my audio? It looks like it's still good. Okay, it just recognized me plugging it in, and everything got brighter. Okay, I think I'm good. Okay, I've got a charging symbol. I think I do. Make sure. Yep, okay. Definitely. Using the power surge. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Okay, it picked up. So I'm good. Audio's good. And my power, I've got a bright light on the screen. I've got a green light. All right, I think I'm good. Dang, that was... Warning, Will Robinson, warning. Okay, where's that from? Anybody? I know Jimmy's old enough to remember that show. Let's talk about a blast from the past, Jimmy. What TV show was that? Warning, Will Robinson, warning. With Dr. Smith and Jimmy. Is it Jimmy? Or Will? That's Will. The son is Will. That's Will Robinson. That's right. Or is that the dad? Was dad Will? Oh, okay, Eds. Sorry. Yeah, I recently found a live streamer that is Eds. And so when I saw your name, I thought, that was her with an alternate channel. And so that's why I am. What are you in the United States military? From Gratiano or Corsicana, Texas, Mexican American, been serving in the Army. Okay. Several years. Fishing, no, not anymore. Solo men. So you've been here before, seen my fishing live? Is it titled Fishing Live? No, it's Night Live. But yes, I've been out fishing when I'm live streaming, so I call it Fishing Live. It is, Eds. It's a United States Navy, actually it's a United States Marine Corps Desert Cami cover with a Navy second class petty officer emblem. And Eds, if you're in the military, you should know that it's not called a hat. Was that you, Eds, that said you're in the Army? Yeah, it's you, Eds, right? Yeah, okay. No, they don't call it a hat. It's a military thing, period. Tim. What's up, Tim? Don't forget to like Tim if you can't hang around. The least I can ask. Oh, Tim, what did you say? Oh, hi, everyone. I'm getting a trailer today. I mean, so many rocks. Lost in space. There you go, Jimmy. That's right. Oh, you're saying the Navy and Marine Corps term for hat is cover? I thought it was a military term, period. I guess I can learn something every day. Yeah, speaking of trailers and rocks, hauling rocks, I've just got this cheap Harbor Freight 4x8 trailer made in Taiwan, I think. And it has a weight limit, but I forgot about that. So I went to Home Depot to pick up some, what was it that I picked up? I don't think it was just the cement blocks, because that wouldn't have weighed enough. What was it that I had them put on the? It was pallets of. I forget. Anyways, the weight was. I think it exceeded the weight of the leaf springs underneath my trailer, and I remember seeing the trailer kind of bottom out, and I looked at my wheels and they're almost flat, and I thought, uh-oh, I haven't checked the air pressure in my tires in a while, obviously, on the trailer, and I think I'm over the limit there, but I had to do what I had to do with what I had. So I sat there, I took out my, I had the tire inflator in my car, the cigarette lighter, pump. And so I hooked that up and put, the appropriate amount of pressure in the tires, which at least rose the rims off the ground. But the trailer itself was pretty bottomed out. But oh, you did? Okay. So they do use the word cover. Gotcha. I just figured, that was that's a military thing, You learn that, in the Navy, they have specific terms for, shipboard lingo. So that's specific to the Navy and the Marine Corps. Like, the head and the galley and so on and so forth. A building doesn't have two stories. It has two decks. First deck, second deck, third deck. The handles on doors aren't handles, they're dogs. A door isn't a door, it's a hatch. The bathroom isn't a bathroom, it's a head. Now that, I wonder if that's Army. Look that one up for me. Does the Army call a bathroom a head? Oh, latrine. Okay. Matt, is that Army? Fort Stowe, Oklahoma? Uh-huh. Well, what they were doing. Matt, that's Army. Okay, latrine. All right. Well, latrine, that's a trough in the ground, right? A latrine, isn't that where that originally came from? We got to dig some of those. Oh, I learned something when I was in Iraq. I was kind of in training with another corpsman leading a platoon of Marines. And not leading, but I was, he was the corpsman for a platoon, and I was shadowing him because they were starting to implement us out of the fob into the field and going on patrols, with the platoons. And I got a chance to follow him to during the election period over there in Iraq, where I don't know if you remember, everybody was raising their thumbs up, and they had their blue or their purple thumbs showing that they just voted. Remember that on the news? Well, I was part of that. I was at this rock factory that we held as our what do you call it? Anyways. And while we were there and just kind of setting up, we needed a bathroom, a little more good to go, place to take our, go to the bathroom. So the corpsman was telling me, he's like, no, Doc, you don't have to dig anything. Just assign some Marines to dig the latrine. And so they did. They didn't like it, but they all got their shovels out and started digging this trough. And then they built up this kind of hasty plywood little structure around it so we could have some kind of privacy and go in there and take a dump into this latrine. So I think that's where latrine came from, right? 11 to see Mortimer, and now 74. Oh, I'll be dang, Matt. Gosh, I got a picture. I wish I could show you of, I was at the mortar pit after I filled 50 sandbags. I got in trouble over at Fob Heat. And I left my 9mm on the deck and walked away from it about 10 feet to go retrieve some nails. It's like I knew better, but my 9mm holster wasn't good to go on my BDUs, my pants, and it was sliding around my leg, and it kept getting in the way. Hey, Mitch. Oh, hi, Miss Mitch. There you go. A Company, Camp Lejeune. Wow, real, Roy. Right. Anyhow, so what was I saying? Yeah, they dug the latrine for us. I was just on another subject, wasn't I? Help me come back. As Trump said, help me do the weave and get back to what I was saying. I think I jumped subjects like mid-sentence. Miss you, Mitch. Miss Mitch. Oh, and you just smile, Eds. Praise God for the military. Ben Mackaskill. Are you Scott, Ben, as I am? I know. Eds, I was just telling somebody at the, they call it the Wawa here in New Jersey. It's a 7-Eleven on steroids. That I came in, we have a Army National Guard right here at the airport, and the F-16 squadron. So there's a Wawa. Everyone stops in, at the Wawa in the morning, and the Air Force guys, show up in their work uniform. What are they called? Bibs, where the zip up. Anyways, jumpsuit. And one guy came in and his collar was out of whack in the back, and he didn't know it. And the military in me, I was like staring at his collar going, I gotta fix that. So I came up to him, put his hand on his shoulder. I said, bro, the military never leaves me. I said, I gotta fix your collar. Oh, what is it? Is it all crumpled up? I said, yeah, I'll get it. So I fixed his collar for him, and he said, thanks. So speaking of things that just don't leave you, you just can't. I couldn't let him go without fixing that for him. Another thing is wearing, at least for me, when you're wearing your uniform, how we're taught, you wear it properly, and it should be good to go. There's some things you don't leave or you don't wear improper. For instance, if you're wearing a jacket, I was told, you wear it properly, and a jacket is made to either be buttoned up or zipped up, so you don't leave it open. And so now whenever I wear a jacket, no matter what it is, rain jacket, sport jacket, a suit jacket, whatever it is, I'm always looking down to see if that thing is at least started, the zipper is at least started, or at least one button is buttoned. I can't walk around with my jacket being unbuttoned. You know, or wearing, here, speaking of, somebody pointed it out in a previous live stream. What are you doing wearing your cover inside, indoors? You know, wearing a cover inside the house, you know, is like, oh, or at the dinner table, or, you know, things you just don't do. And I actually knew that before I was even in the military. I think my dad instilled that in us, you know. Take your hat off. Or when I hear the national anthem, you know, I'm turning around, I'm looking for a flag. Proper OCD. See, the military does things to you. Yeah. Yeah, button left undone or a collar out of place. Yeah. Yeah, you're just, it's like you become, it's looking after each other. That's the whole concept. That's why they do that to you. Attention to detail is the biggest thing. You know this, and I learned as well. There's two things the military, the two priorities the military has. The two absolute priorities is that you know your job and you know it very, very well. Like in some instances, Olympic athlete level, know your job very, very well. And the second thing is to get you home. That's it. That's what the military's focus is. Those two things. That you know your job and that you come home. So based on that, now you know why we're buttoning up our buttons or zipping up our zippers and fixing somebody's collar or picking the lint off of somebody's, you know, uniform for them. It's just the more we can do our job well, whatever our job is, and that we get home, whatever it takes. And so that's what they instill in you. It's what it's for. It's to get you home. Yeah. Britt, don't forget the thumbs up. I like that comment. And you become weaker. That sounds like a true Chinese person. Work well like a tool and bring tool home so we don't have to pay for it. Gosh, you see me scrambling to find that, that splitter? I was like, I know I had it. I was sitting on it the whole time. I couldn't even feel it. It must have been in that sweet spot, right? Mitch, where did you go? Miss Mitch? Well, you know what? This is going to be a good turnout as far as like the amount of people viewing the channel and the likes and all that. I think this is going to be a good one. You're speaking and writing in awfully clear sentences there to be a Chinese person there, Britt. I think you're revealing yourself. Maybe not. I'm noticing some words are being left out. But Chat GPT. Say what, Ben? Need to try out drunker like me. What do you mean? What did I miss? Did I miss anybody or miss any? I know Jimmy's pretty diligent about leaving comments here and engaging the chat room. So you're just a new guy in the military, Eds? Is that right? Was that you that said you just joined recently? Lord, Jimmy, don't tell a buddy of mine that. He'll be mad. Oh, H. Balloon, didn't see you. No. I signed up for the selective service system. 79. This time almost went to war with Russia. Was that the Cuban Missile Crisis? Or was that was 60? That was President Kennedy. 79. What was 79? That was a year before I graduated high school. I've pulled targets at the rifle range for both. Oh, I'm just reading this. Oh, Jersey. Please remove your Wawas from my state. Sheets is better. Testiculus, sorry. I'm just now reading. Sorry. Oh, on average, U.S. Navy corpsmen are better marksmen with a rifle than Navy Seabees. Where'd you get that info? I haven't heard that. I held my own, though, and I'm not bragging. It's just because the Navy taught me well, and I just followed the instructions they gave me when they put me on those shooting simulators. And it made total sense to me, the instructions that I was given. And so when I put that into practice out on the range, it worked. So I was like, well, that's a no-brainer. If your sights are lined and even and in the middle and parallel on top, flush, with the sights at the end of the barrel, and you're right smack in the middle and you're not too high and you're not too low, if it's lined up right smack parallel with the top of the two sights, then if you put that middle sight right on what you're aiming at and you pull the trigger, without any movement, then you're going to hit whatever it is that sight is lined up on. And that's it. Your front sight is here, and your front sight is out here, and your rear sight is these two. If you can put that sight in the middle, not over to the right or over to the left, you can put it smack in the middle. These are iron sights, by the way. And you're not too high and you're not too low. And you can put that center, like on my nose, you're going to hit my nose. If you put it on my eyeball, and it's in the middle and it's lined up, then you're going to hit whatever it is you are aimed at. And it's maybe easier said than done, but that's it with iron sights. If you can get that lined up properly, sight alignment, and you're on what you're aiming at, and you pull the trigger without movement, then it's going to hit whatever those sights are on. And it works. So based on that, I was able to hold my own during, the qualifications with the weapons. And I use that to this very day. So thank you very much, United States Navy. It's just basic training. I didn't compete or anything. It was just, that was it. I have no idea, alligator. Don't forget the thumbs up though, alligator, if you would. They always have, brah. They used to wear rank on covers. They still do. What's that? Do they don't? Is that supposed to be an N? No, they don't? Sure they do. It's a good example right there. What else here? Oh, looks like Jimmy and the Chinese guy are still talking. Oh, what's this? Years later, I was retired walking around as a... Wait, let me go back a little bit. Are you wearing that uniform or did it lose a fight with you? Everyone, let me keep going back. You're telling a story here. Back in my service days, we took our uniforms seriously. I remember one morning a young soldier showed up with his collar crooked and one button hanging open. The sergeant looked at him and said, "Are you wearing that uniform or did you lose a fight? Lose a fight with you?" Everyone laughed, but the lesson was clear. Detail matter. I was retired walking around. Years later, I was retired walking around as a civilian, saw a man with his shirt collar twisted and a button undone. Yep, I know. Before I remembered Ed's, "You're not in inspection duty anymore." I just smiled and kept walking. Yeah, I wouldn't have left before just introducing myself in a whisper and say, "Bro." You know, some things in the military never go away. I gotta fix your collar. I've done it a few times to the guys at the airport when they come in to get coffee. Yeah, I'll sit there talking with him, start conversation while I'm making my coffee, and all of a sudden I'll see something on their uniform. I'm just sitting there staring at it going, "I've got to get that. I've got to get that." And then I'll tell him, "Bro, I've got to remove that." He looked down. "Oh, thanks." I was like, I can't walk away without helping you out. They do, YouTube. Google it. Google it. It's an easy one. You're saying that like this is from way in the past or something. It's like, don't assume just because I'm older. Wasn't that long ago that I was wearing this cover. Although now it's going on 20 years. So. Okay, and active duty in what branch? In what branch, brah? Navy Seabee? Well, are you a corpsman? Are you assigned to the Marines? Are you green side or blue side? Your blue side. You don't wear the Marine Corps uniform. Hoorah, Eds. I wish I could have said the same. I would have retired in 2019 if I'd stayed in. Yeah, kind of, it's like one of those shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I didn't, so. I didn't, so I don't. Ah, there we go. Now we got an RKW SI9U. Talk to me, RK. What do you know about the military? October 8th, 2024. A channel with no content. Oh, how's the audio? Still hanging in there? Yep, it's working. Now see what I mean? This mic charged, but the other mic, it was on this is the charging station, that it comes with. The mic fits on the end. It's a magnet, right? It's got 2 contacts in there. And I mean, there's no way it doesn't seat, you just put it on there and it, automatically turns green when it's in. And you plug the USB in here, the transmitter gets plugged into this little slot there on that side right there. That's what's hanging on the end of the bottom of the phone. And both mics charge simultaneously. So I had these mics on each end, and I had it plugged in all night. And this mic doesn't, well, see, it's coming on now. I'm gonna put it away for now. For some reason, it just went dead when I used it a moment ago, hour ago. So I switched to the other one, and this one's been burning without any problems. So I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong or. If you're gonna mention stolen valor, spell it right. Hoorah. Oh, Jimmy, it's a USMC cover, and that is all right with me for Doc to wear it. Matter of fact, I remember my senior HM2 over there, he was the youngest of us all, but he was senior because he had more time in his rate. HM2 Alonso. I remember him telling me, you might take that emblem off your cover, and I'm like, oh? He's like, yeah, you don't want to identify yourself, in the event you were taken prisoner or captured or whatever. And I heard him, but I didn't listen. And I was like, nah, I'm going to keep it on. So I kept it on the whole time I was there. You got your rank on your lapel, and so it's like it's embroidered, or is it Velcroed, into your lapel? Whatever. I didn't worry about it. Marquis de Sade. Greg, hoorah, praise God for the military. Don't forget to like if you can't hang out. Thank you. Maraming salamat, as they say in Tagalog. Thank you very much. Chasing duty responsibility. By the time I came home for good, I had a lot of memories, but not many people waiting for me. Jimmy in the field. Upon capture, we were instructed to present ourselves as privates and nothing else. You know, have you ever looked at the what-you-call-it card? I don't know if you guys had one, but we had a Department of Defense ID card with your blood type and your name and your rank, and it was in the event of capture. It was like a 1945 statute. You're to receive bread and water. Did you ever read that? I'll get it for you. Hold on. Actually, it's not 1945. It's actually the number of the card is, I think, 1945. I'm still here, trying to be quiet in the bedroom. Keep forgetting I'm wearing a mic so I can talk no matter where I'm at. Okay, for all the stolen valor accusations out there. Okay, there's the last ID card. Those in the Navy know better, right? And the card I was talking about here. This is the, see if I got any, yeah, I got my social on there, so unfortunately I can't show that. But this is the Department of Defense ID card before you go to war here. That's a medical, obviously. United States of America, Department of Defense, Washington, D.C. Loss of this card must be reported at once. Geneva Conventions card, ID card. I need some better light here. For medical use and religious personnel who serve in or accompany the armed forces. My name, United States Navy Medical, PO second class. You can see that right there, PO2. My social, signed by whoever the official is, and then my signature. Property of the United States government on the back here. My height, weight, hair color, eye color, religion, blood type, birthday, card serial number, and date issued, June 15, 2004. This was prior to my deployment. My thumbprints, my fingerprints, postmaster instructions in case they find it. It says, notice, the person whose signature, photograph, and fingerprints appear herein is protected by the Geneva Conventions for the amelioration of the condition of the wounded and sick in the armed forces in the field and at sea of August 12, 1949, if the bearer shall fall into the hands of an enemy of the United States, he shall at once show this card to the detaining authorities to assist in his identification while retained. He is entitled, as a minimum, to the benefits and protections. What? Intended to prisoners of war of equivalent rank. And I always remember, it's like, what good is this card really going to do in the hands of an Iraqi enemy? Like, am I really going to present this to them? Are you kidding? And what am I going to do? You think they're going to read that on the back Oh, okay. We'll treat you accordingly. Really? Oh my goodness. Go ahead, Justin. So those of you that have been in the military can relate. Yeah, this was my last card, and that's when I was, it was issued on June 14th, 2004. This was actually when I was getting deployed, actually. And then I got out June 13th. That was the end of my EOS, end of service, is June 13, 2007. That's when I said, thank you very much. I'm out of here. So there it is. Pay grade E5, rank Petty Officer 2nd class. Yep. So what rank would I have attained if I stayed in 20 years? Chief? You think I would have got my chief? Oh, hey guys, those of you not in the military and those who are or were, kind of a fun story at the beginning of my Navy career. My very first muster down at 32nd Street, Naval Air Station, San Diego. I was assigned to my unit down there, and my very first muster, I show up in the morning, they do the muster, we break, and I'm pretty much like looking around like, where do I go? Who's going to show me what to do or where to go? Somebody came and said, yeah, hey, HM2 MacKay, come, follow me. Actually, I was HM3 when I joined. And then, so as I was following this person, the chief, it was a Filipina lady, came out and she's like, calls me by my, HM2 or my last name, whatever it was, got my attention. I turned around and she's like, I got him. So the person that was, assigned to me went about his way. And then I followed the chief. She's like, here, follow me, come here. She's like, don't worry, just. And so I go into her office. She's like, shut the door. And so I take a seat and she's like, relax, And she puts up her legs, I think, up on her desk, and she's just kind of rocking back and forth. She's like, so who are you? Tell me about you. I was the new guy, here I was 37 years old, first day in the military, first day on the job. And she says, yeah, tell me about you. Who are you and what do you do? What do you do in the civilian world? Because she knew, I was part of the advanced pay grade school and, I was bringing my civilian experience into the military. And I told her I was a civilian paramedic. And I told her the story, how I went into a recruiter's office, et cetera, and came in as a tentative Petty Officer 3rd class. And in lieu of doing my basic military requirements, my BMR, and everything else, boot camp and so on. And then eventually, once I completed those, then I got my HM3. And then she's like, well, what do you do in the civilian world? Your free time, what are your interests? And hoorah, Jimmy. No, muster, pickle toe, muster. You see, those that don't know. Private, you are filming with, okay, whatever. Again, if you guys get tired of anybody and what they're saying, just hit the block, click on their name and just block them. And they won't disappear, but they'll disappear to you and you to them. So praise God for the military. Zess, I'll call you. So anyhow, she's like learning about me. And I said, well, I've been in the rock climbing circles for many years and, I enjoy mountaineering and, I told her some of my interests, and she's like, all right. And after she hears my story, she's like, excuse me a second. I'm gonna make a phone call. And I'm like, oh, okay. She had something to do, So I'm like looking around her office and looking at her, her awards and stuff and her rank, and she's chief. And while she's doing it, she picked up the phone and she, pushes push button. And she gets on the phone with Port Hueneme. And this is up in, I'm down in San Diego. This is north of Los Angeles. There's Point Mugu and then Port Hueneme, just north of it. Point Mugu Naval Air Station, Port Hueneme. And I think Hueneme is Hueneme, Hueneme. Yeah, there you go. You see, here's another person. What are you doing with that hat indoors, sir? Well, I'm out of the military, number one. I'm not in full uniform. This is a memorabilia of mine. There are exceptions for me, a civilian wearing a military cover indoors. Yeah. Yeah, so anyhow, hey, there you go. You see? CB's up there in Port Hueneme. I spelled it right even. So he knows. That was my next duty station, YouTube, was Point Mugu. I eventually moved up there from 32nd Street, and that became that's where I was deployed from. So anyhow, is that what it's called now? It's Naval Air Station, Ventura County? Anyways, yeah, look at you, jerk. Keep it up. I'll leave you in, but I get to go toe-to-toe with you. Yeah, MacKay. Anyhow, let him ramble on. So she's on the phone and she's calling Port Hueneme, and she's speaking to, come to find out, HCS 5, Helicopter Squadron 5. They had a fatality in their unit, and it wasn't military related. Some corpsman got killed in a motor vehicle accident. And so they were looking for a replacement. And it just so happened that I came on duty first day on the job down in San Diego when the chief, who knew about this opening up at Port Hueneme and heard my story, decided, I think that would be a perfect fit for you. And I'm like, what would be a perfect fit? She says, they've got a rescue swimmer billet open up at HCS 5. And I'm like, what's the HCS 5? She said, Helicopter Squadron 5. They operate out of a Black Hawk, and you would be a rescue swimmer for them. And I'm thinking, whoa, wait a minute, time out. I'm just learning who to salute still. I haven't even done anything with the military yet. I'm learning how to wear my uniform properly. And she's now telling me that I've got an opportunity to become a rescue swimmer. I was like, wait, things are moving really fast right now. So what do you think? And she asks me, and I'm like, I don't know. And she's like, well, hold on, let me make a phone call. So she makes a phone call. And then she asks me afterwards. She says, don't make a decision now. Go ahead and go home. Think about it. Let me know. She gave me her number. And I dwelled on it for a little bit. And I thought about it. And I went, unbelievable opportunity that's available. What would I do if I said no? So I called her back and said, go ahead, set the interview up. So I went up to Port Hueneme, drove 2+ hours, went up there, interviewed with them. They had no problem with me, and they're like, hey, we just need a chit from the doc saying you're good to go, and we'll send you to Pensacola, Florida, and you can start swim school. And I went, whoa. I had a dental issue. I had a cap missing on one of my molars. and I didn't have any insurance. I had just started my job as Bakersfield. Oh, looks like I lost connection there for a second. Anyways, I had a dental issue. I had a molar that was missing a cap. And during my physical, the doc, noticed that my cap was missing, and I told him. He's like, "Yeah, we got to get that taken care of." And I'm thinking, okay, I'll do what I got to do. Well, when I thought about it, it's like I don't have any insurance right now. The job I just started, hasn't kicked in any insurance, and as a reservist, they don't give full coverage. So this wasn't part of it. And I thought, what am I going to do? Unfortunately, I was not able to take care of that cap on my molar, and they needed somebody like yesterday. And I had no choice but to let them know, I can't meet the requirement. I can't get it done in time. And they're like, yeah, I'm sorry, but we got to get a replacement, thanks anyways. And they ended up getting somebody else. So I never did fill that slot. I was like, dang it. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm a fake. Right, Jimmy? No, I'm not any percent disabled. So I don't claim any veteran benefits. Yeah, I just showed my ID and my Geneva Conventions card. What more do you want? Fake CB? You turd. That's a kick in my stomach. A fellow shipmate, and he's calling me out. Fuck you, you squid. What a dick. I met somebody like you in Iraq, and I had to deal 7 months with him. What a jerk. That was my HM2 that I just mentioned, that was younger than all of us. He was kind of a dick. He was like you. Say what? If you're a real veteran, show the battlefield. What is show the battlefield? What does that mean? Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I can print. Yeah, huh? What a dick. You're a disgrace, bro. Your chief would be ashamed of you. Yes, JCH. Fob Heat. 2004, 2005. Where have you been, CB? What war did you fight in? You can guess, Eds. Remember, guys, you have a block feature on there as well. So if you don't want to see somebody's comments, just hit block on them, and they'll stay in the room unless I get rid of them. Yeah, it's really gross, actually, YM, that a fellow shipmate would challenge me. Yeah. Hey, whatever, dude. I don't care. I'm your dad's age, jerk. More than likely. Thanks for the respect as far as that's concerned. It's not a hat, Peter. Come on. Get up to speed. I think Marquis talking to you, YouTube. He's calling you a dickwad. It's a good name for him. I love it. We got keyboard warriors. You know what? I'm going to tell another story. That way I don't look at the comments and I don't get pulled into the your rhetoric, the chat room. You guys can deal with each other. Uh-oh. Hold on a second. I just put the wrong person on timeout. Let me see if I can reverse that. Hold on a second. Stand by. This YouTube thing is horrible when it comes to clicking on the right. Okay, Liam gone global. See, I gotta reverse that. See if I can. Here we go. Here, I'll do 10 seconds. There, then you can come back. Okay? Sorry about that, Liam. Okay. I think Liam gone global. If you're listening, you can come back. I had to change that. I clicked on the wrong username and put you on timeout. Let's see here. Show the guns. The guns? 1999, 2007. 8-year contract. Hello, veteran's wife in Oregon. Well, nice to meet you. I lived in Hillsboro and not Forest Grove, but the one before that. I always forget the name. Anyways, I worked as a paramedic for Washington County. Hillsboro, I'm sorry. What's the name of the ambulance company? Oh my gosh. I'm looking at the orange and white ambulance in my mind. Anyways, I worked as a paramedic there in Washington County. Metro West. I worked for Metro West Ambulance in Washington County. Correct, Simba. It's a cover. Hoorah, Kevin. MS3. Machinist? Mate? What is MS? I forget the rates. I only studied them for my test. And I never served on a ship in the 8 years in the Navy. Never stepped aboard a ship. Nope. I had the opportunity to do my 2-week annual training on an aircraft carrier to Hawaii, but ended up trying to get a billet out of Ketchikan, Alaska, to do a joint military civilian operation up there, building roads. Speaking of Seabees, I was going to provide medical support up in Ketchikan, and that order had to be canceled because I got deployed to Iraq. So I never went to Ketchikan either. Nebraska, Utah, and now Oregon. What part of Oregon are you in? Hoorah. I love these stories of people of the past that have some military story to tell. 2004, 2005, GC. The 123 Marines out of Houston, Texas. Fob Heat, Iraq. Al Anbar province. Half of our battalion was at Haditha Dam, and the other half was there at Fob Heat. And I'm just making all this up because there's people challenging me and telling me that I'm not what I claim to be. So. High desert. Wait, what are we talking about? Sounds like 29 Palms. Somebody mentioned high desert. This boy took charge of the kitchen. No, but our BAS was right next to the kitchen. And we had some we had some special treatment from the cooks over there in Iraq. No. Scott Procopio? No. Who's that and what are we talking about? It's not a cap. It's a cover. Although, the garrison, the Navy garrison, cap, I guess you'd call that a cap. It's a cover though, but I wonder if they called it a cap. The garrison. Official! There you are. Finally. Are you awake? Are you alive? I was scrolling my subscribers looking for you. And I'm like, where is it? I couldn't find you. I checked your channel just minutes ago, and I'm subscribed to it, so it's in that list. I must evade my vision, and I couldn't find you. I was like, is she live streaming? I think you're asleep at weird times like I am. So 16 years in military, deployed 3 times, Afghanistan. Procopio was his first point. Was he a corpsman? Were you in the Marine Corps? Around the same time as you. Yeah, Skywalker. Sorry, I don't know. Were you in the Marines? Yeah, and I didn't go to Afghanistan. That was after. That was actually where the rumor, the scuttlebutt was that the unit that I was assigned to, 123 Marines, were being deployed to Iraq they're deployed to Afghanistan after Iraq. And that's what the catalyst, the straw that broke the camel's back, and I decided to get out of the Navy so I didn't get deployed again. MS3, mess management. Okay. Hoorah, praise God for the cooks. Oh my gosh, those in the military. Bow down to the cooks. If it wasn't for the cooks, we wouldn't have been alive. If it wasn't for the food they provided, the shipments that came, all of it, the water, it was, thank God for the cooks. You know what? I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about the time over in Iraq. Yep. Praise God for everybody over there. No matter what your role was. Whether you were a cook or if you were a disbursement, giving out, exchanging money or giving us money. The rare times that we had to spend money. Unfortunately, second deployment, he got killed in action in Ramadi. Skywalker. No, Sky, I was perfectly fine and healthy. Kind of had a bad attitude when I got home. During that medical exam that they give you, before they let you go, after your deployment, part of your demobilization is that medical, exam that you have to have. I remember being in front of an officer, a lady officer, and she was like a psychiatrist, asking me these questions. Do you have any needs to hurt yourself or anyone other? And, doing this checklist on her paper with her clipboard. And I remember getting an attitude about some of the questions she asked me. And she actually, calmed me down, don't be getting upset at me there, HM2. There's no need for that or whatever. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Yeah. I don't know. I just it was a bad attitude, getting pissed off at these questions that she had to ask me. And I had that attitude, I remember, out on the road. I had a desire to, whenever I saw somebody doing stupid on the road, I had this weird vision of taking my 9mm, which I didn't have, but the one I carried in Iraq. I wanted to take the 9mm and shoot their tires out. True story. I don't know why. It's like, man, if I only had my 9mm. I could show them. I'm serious. That's what I thought. It eventually went away, though. The attitude, and then some of that, as the old terms used to call it, shell shock. Well, I had a little bit of that when I got home from the mortars and rockets. I was in the hospital giving, I wasn't giving birth. My wife was giving birth to my son. And baby's delivered. He's now 21. The baby's in the room next to my wife. And, the whole family is starting to arrive and visit. And I was getting a drink in the little island they had between the two rooms, one room on one side, room on the other side in the other part of the building. Well, they had a kitchen / little, whatever you call it, separating the two rooms. You go in there, they had a sink, they had an ice maker. You can make yourself some water, et cetera. One of those industrial ice makers. Well, the doors that went into that little foyer were those push button, industrial doors that went open and they spring back, And when the doors would shut, the vacuum kind of put out a whoomph sound. It was just that vacuum whoop when those doors shut. Well, I went through the doors, and when I was over there starting to get ice out of the ice maker, those doors shut and made that whoop sound. I think a nurse came in, because that's what initiated it. And when she came in and that sound went whoop, I just hit the floor. And I was literally on my belly, prone. And she's like, oh my gosh, are you okay? And I was like, I'm looking up at her going, I said, I'm fine. And I was like, you don't want to know. And that was the first time when I got home that I realized, oh my gosh, it's still in me. And I got up and brushed myself off and realized, whoa. Just like a mortar. First thing, it's like a mortar launch or an explosion. Bizarre. But it eventually went away. It's after a while now. And when gunshots would go off in the forest, we got a lot of forest, and the deer hunters out there and so on. And whenever I hear these gunshots in the forest, sometimes there at the beginning, you get my attention, but now this is 22 years later. So, but yeah, never saw that coming. Had no idea, that I would react like that. Ooh, wow, Patricia, tank mechanic. Was that Marines? Ah, I'm glad he survived. I'm assuming he did. Yeah, I was like that towards the end, last couple years. Amen. Right. It doesn't matter about position in the military. Yep, guy in the chow hall, my gosh, medical. I learned that. Thank God for, Iraq. I learned what the war machine, I always heard that term, the cog wheels in motion, part of the war machine. I always heard that growing up, but I never understood what that really meant. I thought it was just an expression to describe the going-ons of, the military. Well, it is, but I got to be part of it. And I got to see those cogwheels in motion. And I was like, OMG, how important every aspect of that machine was. From the, like you said, from the cooks to the guys up in the, the F-16s or the what were the F-15s. It was just had an appreciation for everything over there. Yeah, it's wild. It gives me goosebumps just thinking about it. I was in awe of when I realized what was coming to our fob and the process it took just to get those things over there. They had American fire trucks at Al-Assad base. Right from America, full ladder trucks. And I was like, oh my gosh, do you know how that fire truck must have got here? It's bizarre. It was just the girl in the office in America that is part of a war effort is just as important as an F-16 pilot. It's like the things we don't see that the media doesn't cover. The girl in the office filing paperwork, the seaman apprentice or somebody right out of boot camp had just as important of a role. Comment my post, Sir Eds. Thank you, sir. Wait, let me go back, Eds. I'm sorry. I'm talking, as you know, and I'm trying to follow. Here we go. I was like towards the end. My son was a tank mechanic. Okay, read that. Eds. Oh, there's the other Eds. Sorry, Eds Grusha. Oliver. That was the Eds I was talking about. Remember I was asking you about Eds? Well, there she is. Yes, she is. She's very pretty. Eds meet Eds. Let's see. You attack Iraq 2003. I'm not quite sure what that means. User. Mortars by Skywalker. sheep clips. What happens, Sky? Yes, total number of severe and total forest fires will increase globally as years go on. Recommend attending an Eastern Orthodox church sometime. A lot of vets love it. Shakalabikioku. He's one of the 22 now. Patricia. Oh, you're talking about your son, Patricia? How's everything, Eds, by the way? Hey, Howard. What's up, brother? Everybody meet Howard. Behave, or Howard will take care of you. Hey, there's a lot of riffraff in the room, but you know the drill, Howard. You know, they're not saying anything that is inappropriate, just the typical trolls. Yes, she is. She's exceptionally. Philippines. Well, Ed, you can talk. She speaks English. Hoorah, as you were. Hey, Howard, tell the audience, we got a bunch of veterans in here, or a handful of. Mr. Clegg is also a seasoned veteran. There you go. Now, hey guys, speaking of rank, we got a chief warrant officer, 4. I told him about my warrant officer story. I'll tell it again, Howard, now that you mentioned it. It always brings back memories. We had the CCC, the Communications Center, attached to this building that we occupied, the FOB. There was a 2-story building. It was in the shape of a U. You could actually see it on Google Earth still, next to the Euphrates. It was FOB Heat, but it's now, I've recently looked at it, and it's gone. They've plowed it all down. Those buildings no longer exist. But anyhow, I was down at the CCC because of a silly mishap that I had while I was in the Porta-John. I told you this story earlier. And I was just, had my pants down around my ankles, and I was counting my rounds in my cover. This cover. I had the cover off in my lap, and I had my 9mm magazine pulled out, and I was just pushing out the rounds into my cover, into the cover. And then I would take them one by one and put them back in, you know, getting blisters on my thumb or calluses on my thumb eventually. And I accidentally dropped one out of the cover, and it went in between my legs. So I'm like trapping it, pinching my thighs together, trying to keep it from dropping into the toilet. And when I went down to try to get it out from between my legs, I heard this bloop, and I was like, oh no. So I was short run around. And it's like, so what's the big deal, right? It's lost down in the shitter, you know, and it's in the blue water. Well, in the military, you know, as we said earlier, accountability is like anal. Those of you that are in the military know. And if something's, you know, if something's missing, it's got to be accounted for, you know, and somebody's got to know about it, and they got to, and of all things, a 9mm round of the billions that were over there. I'm kidding, but anyhow, but I had this guilty feeling like, oh no, I'm in trouble. You know, if I don't say something about it, I got to tell somebody. I could have just kept my mouth shut. But I went to my HM1 and told him, hey, HM1, as silly as this sounds, and I told him my story. I dropped a 9mm round. And he's like, yeah, now that you've told me, now I got to do something about it. He says, go down to the CCC and let them know. Just tell them what happened. And they get it on record, da 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 da. And I thought, all of this over a 9mm round. So I went down to the CCC, and there's a chief warrant officer there in charge. And so I'm, doing what we need to do for this 9mm round. And while we were there, an IED, apparently a vehicle-borne IED, went off at the gate. And the gate is about an eighth of a mile down the dirt road out to the main road, whatever, I think it was Highway 1 or whatever it's called out there. And IEDs, any ordnance, any explosions are unbelievable. The crack and the barometric change in the air and the wave that comes off those things, will blow doors in and break windows. And we didn't have windows. We had 3/4 inch plywood in all the, in all the openings. And those things would cave in or blow in. This huge, biggest explosion that I experienced when I was over there rocked the whole base. And it blew in sandbags and plywood in that building that the warrant officer and I were in. And it's like, you don't even know, you can't explain it, nor can you really remember what happens when that hits the building. And all I know is that I'm on the floor with the warrant officer, and we're just, like covering ourselves, and there's dust everywhere. And it's literally had to wait for the dust to settle. And I remember looking over at the chief warrant officer, and he's got, the deer in the headlight looks. He's like, "Those MFers." I was like, holy crap. And then we're brushing ourselves off, and I'm, getting all good to go, and I'm making sure it's clear to run down to the BAS. Again, that's like the drill, is that we got to muster and account for everybody after an explosion. So I go running back down to the BAS, and you don your flak jacket, like that does any good after the fact, and your helmet, and then everybody's gathering together, and then we eventually call back to the CCC and tell them, give them a head count, and everybody's good to go. So that was my chief warrant officer experience when I was in Iraq. But said that you become so used to the rockets and mortars at one point. I was in Porta-John and said, this would be a funny way to go. Didn't you hear my story, Skywalker? My Porta-John? Well, I told you. I think when I was in that Porta-John, counting my rounds in my cover, I believe it was a rocket, either whatever it was, hit nearby. And again, an eighth of a mile away is nearby, as you probably know. It's amazing the effect that a mortar or a rocket will give off. And it feels like it just, every time it would happen, you think, holy moly, that must have been close. And as these guys that have experienced it, then you start getting used to, the effect that it creates. And then you realize, oh, that wasn't too close. Even though the doors, and you see the 3/4 inch plywood bow, in the window openings. You get used to it, and you're like, yeah, it was close. Or, no, that one was really close. That must have hit the base. And then you come to find out, nope, it was an eighth of a mile away. And you're like, what? An eighth of a mile? And then we did have instances. We had one barrage where they counted 11 mortars that actually hit the base. And our base was only 1/8 of a mile. The Marines walked around this barbed wire, and they guesstimated that it was 1/8 of a mile to run, 1/8 of a mile around the barbed wire. So if they did 8 laps, they did a mile. That was part of their PT. That was the home I lived on at Fob Heat. It was 1/8 of a mile round. That's it. So to have 11 mortars hit within 1/8 of a mile, round, that was incredible. And we had one unexploded ordnance, got a picture of it somewhere, the scar that it left on the side of the building, and the unexploded ordnance laying on the ground. And then EOD has to be called out, and they recover it and get rid of it, yada, yada, yada. But anyhow, while I was in the Porta-John, a mortar or rocket hit and rocked that Porta-John. And I remember literally pulling my pants up while I was exiting and running over to the BAS. And everybody, when I told the story, everybody was laughing, "Oh, unbelievable. Did you hear Doc?" Yeah, it was like the story. Doc almost got blown over in the shitter. Unbelievable. I remember one guy came into the BAS with a rock in his hand. He had a little rock fragment in the back of his hand, and we had to take it out and stitch it up. We don't know if he fell and the rock embedded it in his, or if it was from the explosion, but everyone was saying, you're a Purple Heart candidate, you know that? He's like, I don't know if it went in my hand when I fell or if it was from the explosion. Like, oh well, whatever. Yeah, it was really small. It was just, you might be able to find the area if you type in Fob Heat, H-I-T, Iraq, Al-Anbar province on Google Earth, because I can find it. If I wish I could show you. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm on the Xbox. I don't know if this thing will drive a Google Earth or not. Let me see if I can find it, and I'll turn the camera around and try to show you. Again, this is horrible. It's not a laptop, so. You know what? I don't need Google Earth. All I got to do is go to Maps. Do I already have it bookmarked? Let's see. There's Google Maps there. I'll scroll to it and I'll show you the bend in the Euphrates, and should be able to see you'll still see the outline of the buildings where the fob, where I slept. Hold on. And what was that one guy? Still holding to that I'm a stolen valor. Yeah, I'm making all this up, bro. Jerk. I don't care if he's a fellow squid. He's a jerk. I had one of those guys. I worked with a couple of them, actually. Almost went to fisticuffs with one of them. He was a fellow corpsman. And his whole band of Marines had to surround him to keep me off of him. Literally. It was in the chow hall at Haditha Dam. He was being a jerk. And I had enough of him. I stood up and I popped him in the chest to get him away from me. And he said one word, and it was like, whoomph! I had 8 Marines surrounding me. And I'm like, what the? And he's standing by himself outside the circle. He called his hounds on me. They responded. I called him a pussy and everything else. I was like, what? I said, handle yourself. My God, what are you? He was being a dick. And he called his security guard. Oh my God. Yes, sir. Sorry, I don't have the TV in front of me. I can barely read. Is that Char? Oh, is that Char? No, that's, sorry, I don't have, let me bring this up before I forget here. I believe it will take me there. fob heat, H-I-T. Wait a minute, let's see. Iraq. There we go. Well, there's heat. And there's Heat General Hospital. Let me just back up here, see if I can. I got to put it on. Satellite. Oh, wait a minute. There is no satellite. Oh, there it is. Satellite. Okay. Here we go. Here's the satellite imagery, and I'll turn this camera around, and I'll show you here in a second. Stand by. All I got to do is scroll and find that bend and then zoom in. There it is. Wait. Nope. That's not the property. Or maybe it is. Hold on. Nope, that looks like an industrial. There it is. OMG. Fob heat, dude. Look, this is my home. I love it. All right, let me show you. This is awesome. Let's see if I can zoom in on this for you. Okay? Let me zoom in here. Wait, this is okay, that's the Euphrates, the green outline there, okay? In that bend right there, right in that little, my finger's focusing on it, but look at, just follow me here. In this bend here in the river, right here in this little bend, I'm going to show you the outline of the building. So let's see if I can zoom back here. I can't keep this thing in the holder without, okay, there it is. Okay, stand by. Let me zoom in a little bit more. I think that's about as far as I can zoom. Okay, if I pan back here, scroll back. All right, let's see here. Let me zoom in. Hold on. I just had it in my sights. Here it is. Okay, I'm gonna stand up and go point it out here. Here we go. They're no longer there. The buildings are gone. But right there, here we are. Let me see on the camera here. Let's see, right there, okay? See those gray outlines right there? Those three buildings? Or that right there? The one vertical, looks like an H, the one at the bottom, and then the two vertical ones, right there and right there. See it? I'm gonna stand up and point it out right here. Right here. This is a building I stayed in. It's no longer there. I was right down there. The BAS was right at the bottom. These two right here were the other. They're two-story, two-deck buildings. Right here, right there, and right there. All right? And the Iraqi National Guard compound, I believe, is right over here. I don't know if you can see that in the camera or not. The INGs, you know, they're the ones that we're supposedly training and taking over. Yeah, up there. I believe that's the ING compound right up here in the corner, right over here by my profile picture. And we walked from our building over to the ING compound. I had peripheral duties of holding basic life support, first aid classes for the ING. Yeah, and I'm making all this up, yeah, as these naysayers, right? So that was it. That was Fob Heat. That was my home. And as I pan back, you can see the Euphrates River right over here. Yep. And then the city of Heat is right down here, right there. You see that Heat General Hospital, that red H right there, that's the city of Heat. And our fob was right over here in that bend, right there where the black marker is. It's about 8 miles from the fob to the city. And we did some patrols in and out of Fob Heat to the city and back. And we usually 7-ton trucks and would insert into the city and then take us back. And Haditha Dam is right up the Euphrates here, right. Let's find the big lake. Where is it? There it is. Okay, there's the lake, and right where that pinches off there, where that little snake pinches off right there, that's the Haditha Dam. Right there. And that's where our other half of the battalion was assigned, was there at the Haditha Dam. There it is. It just popped up. Haditha Dam. There it is. Right there. Good to go. And the Al Assad base, the air base that we took over, let's see here. Fob Heat, let's see. Let me get back to Haditha. I'm way behind. Yeah. Where am I? I just lost it. There's Dulab. Oh my gosh. Speaking of Dulab, somebody mentioned Dulab. There's Dulab right there. That's the where they exploded ordnance. It's like twice a week. So Fob Heat must be, there it is. There's Heat right there. City of Heat, and we are in that bend right there. Yeah, right there. Yeah, Dulab was up the river. I used to watch mushroom clouds rise up out of Dulab as they exploded the ordnance that they'd recover. That was like entertainment, for us. Anything was entertainment, that broke the monotony, the boredom. So anyhow, back to the channel here. All right. So a little bit of a show and tell. How about Ed's? Did she stay around, or did she have to go? She's probably live streaming. Oh, and I just went back. See, that's the problem with the Xbox controller, is like, all you got to do is hit the wrong button and it'll take you back, or delete somebody and I didn't mean to, or put somebody on timeout I didn't mean to. So what'd I miss? We're talking about Bible. Euphrates, is it going dry too, like everything else? I say that because the lakes in California are having a issue with going dry as well. Skywalker, you're gonna hit the rack? All right, bro. Yeah, if you're already gone, thanks again. Hit the thumbs up. If you want to subscribe, you'll get my notifications when I go live again, or any videos that I put out. Usually the videos that I've been putting out are just shorts from my live stream. I've got Opus Clips website, third party that clips your videos for you and makes shorts, 30-second to 3-minute shorts. So I've got it set to automatically upload this live stream All right, I think I'm back. I got out. All right, I'm going to go back to the audio on my phone. Oh my gosh, only 5%. Why is it not charging? It says it's charging. Wow. I'm good to go. Thank you, Skywalker. I eliminated the external mic because I think I just lost the battery on this, and I don't have any more. So I'm going to just plug it in and charge it. Okay, so it's all compact. The earpieces, I mean, the microphones go on each end with it's magnetic, and then the transmitter that plugs into the bottom of the phone, the USB, it sits in the station right there. It's also magnetic. And then you just plug it in and it charges everything. And I got a little extension splitter that plugs into the bottom of the phone, and then I got the power cord here, power cord, and then the transmitter or the transmitter plugs into. Well, I got an adapter plugged into that right now. Okay. So this thing has been malfunctioning. I'm sure it's operator error, but I haven't figured it out yet. All right. Let's see if I can organize this kind of, sort of. Do I have any more? Oh, I do have another spot. All right. I don't know why the phone didn't appear to be charging. I'm down to 5% still, and it was plugged in the whole time. So I'm not sure what happened. No, tech savvy, I'm playing catch up. I'm not as savvy as you young guys out there, my son and my kids. But I hold my own. Every once in a while, throughout the years, I've gotten a comment from my kids saying, "Gee, Dad, I didn't know you had that in you." It was back when smartphones were becoming, more popular, and I had one and decided to investigate or read up on how to have how to change your operating system on your smartphone through third-party hacks, basically. Computer, literate programmers that, develop their own, I believe it's operating systems. Was it operating system? What are the different, like strawberry and the different names for the different revisions? What is that? Is that an operating system? They got different nicknames for the different, I think it's operating systems. Anyways, I decided to figure out, so how do I hack into my phone and install this, third-party program, downloading it off the internet into your phone. And it if your phone's on warranty, it voids your warranty, and the downside is you could brick your phone and literally turn it into a paperweight, and have it not functioning anymore. But I took that chance and I was successful. And I remember my son, my eldest son said, "Gee, Dad, I didn't know you had that in you." I'm like, well, I didn't either, but I was scared to death what I was doing the whole time I was doing it. I eventually succeeded. What are those different modifications called? You know, they call them strawberry and uh, Patricia on the East Coast. It's 3:30 in the morning. New Jersey. How about you? Okay, let me get back to your comments here. I've got it up here on the TV. Oh, am I still muted or am I good to go? No, it looks like you're talking to me. I'm not up to speed on the comments here. Let me get rid of that. I don't think I am. No, it says muted. You're muted. Am I muted? Oh, I'm good. Okay. This, why is this not up to speed here? I must be back. I must be delayed here on the TV. Let me reload the TV. Oh, there it was. I just saw it. It updated itself right as I said that. Right as I pushed reload. So wait for it to populate. Okay. So it might not be as clear as the microphone because now I'm on the phone's microphone. So you're in Michigan. Yeah. My dad is from Detroit. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, wait, I was going to say, my video is still, okay, that's why. I'm looking at myself on the TV and I've still got my neck gaiter. And I'm like, I don't have my neck gaiter on. I'm not up to speed on the scroll bar there. Okay. So any Filipinos out there in the audience still? Eds, are you still there? Or who else came in? Mitch, I think Mitch. Loud and clear. Thank you, Patricia. And Jimmy, you're still here. Looks like there's 5 people in the house somewhere. You know, speaking of Jimmy, I'm reading your comment about the Middle East, you know, being spiritually dark or diminished. People there don't seem to know how to change that for the better. We had ministries, military ministries come through. One in particular at that time was headed by Colonel Ryberg. He actually spoke at our church in San Diego. He had a military ministry that went around, you know, the Marines in their desert camis, you know, and they were Marines, you know, first, but they held, you know, services and or, you know, would visit bases and preach the gospel, you know, and give that opportunity for those that wanted to, you know, lend an ear and hear the good news. Yeah, he believes. I actually got I did it's more of a like a PowerPoint presentation, a slideshow that uh, has audio background of Colonel Ryberg's preaching in San Diego, California, and he talks about his ministry and what he believes to be, you know, his purpose with that ministry during wartime, presenting his ministry during war. and what he believes why God allows wars to happen. And he shows the, the evidence behind that. And I'm gonna not spoil the punchline or the end of the movie, but he believes that God allows wars to happen to bring his word to those that are lost. He says it's happened all through history, ever since the Civil War, World War One, World War Two, the Gulf War, Iraq, Afghanistan. The gospel is spread exponentially after war, during and after war. So your comment, about those lost, that need to hear the gospel, to hear the good news. It's really interesting. It's on I think it's in my playlist under military. If you look under it, it'll say Colonel Ryberg. I believe that's the name of the, let's see. It could be redone, and I as a novice editor, of myself, I watch it now and I realize, okay, there's a lot of downtime in there, and I could have filled it in with some more content to keep it, to keep the viewer engaged. But nonetheless, it's there, and it's in my military playlist. Here we go. Playlists. This is not a smartphone, that's for sure. And under live stream, way, truth, life, climbing, there we go. Fishing, travel, paramedic, Navy corpsman. It's under paramedic, Navy corpsman playlist. And the video is, there's a lot of stories I try to tell. As a matter of fact, there's a Fob Heat one in there, story, with the picture of Fob Heat when the buildings were still there. I'm looking at it right now. I should actually turn the camera around it and show you. Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. I'm pretty sure. Oh, wait. No, it's not in military. I think I put it underneath. Oh my gosh, there's Bob Heat. And I got a helicopter extract that I was part of that I didn't realize somebody was filming with one of their video cameras, and they posted it on YouTube, and I happened upon it years later. And I took that content, part of it, and I clipped it into my my presentation. And you can see me participating in a helicopter extract with about three other guys who were carrying the stretcher, and I was taking pictures. You can see it. It's called Medevac HH60 Fob Heat Iraq. Okay, that's the wrong playlist. I think it's under, I've got like the Way, Truth, and Life. Let's see if it's underneath that one. Playlist. Maybe I don't have it in here yet. Oh, wait. Why did that take me to one of the videos? This is definitely not a smartphone. Wait, Truth, live stream. What am I looking for? I'm looking for that military ministry. It's got to be under military. Paramedic, Navy corpsman, live stream, family, climbing, fishing, travel, shorts. It's got to be in this. If it's going to be here, it's going to be in this playlist. No, it looks like I only got one video. Well, out of two. So what's the other one? Anyways. What's my favorite section? Hey, Jonathan. Welcome back. Are you asking me or Jimmy? Aw. Well, I'm glad that you found me, Patricia. You know, everybody has their own story over there, and depending on what their, their position is, their skill set, whatever they're trained to do, they're going to have a different story than me. I'm medical support. My stories are kind of bizarre and can be morbid. Like I said earlier, if you're not sick or injured, I'm not doing anything. And so the only way I have stories is if somebody's sick or injured. So it's a lot different than somebody that is a cook or a Marine is always a Marine. Before he's a cook, but they're going to have their own stories. A sniper is going to have his own story. Special forces are going to have their own story. An aircraft, mechanic is going to have his own story. And he's over there providing maintenance support, for aircraft. So he may not have had an opportunity to be out in the field, but everybody has their own story. Some are assigned to large bases like Al-Assad base, and that's their home. They have their stories. Oh, we got mortared and rocketed. And I'm like, really? How big did you say your base was? Oh, it's got a 3-mile circumference. Well, mine was 1/8 of a mile around the barbed wire. Actually, Al-Assad base is much bigger than 3 mile. Yeah, maybe I don't have that video. Oh, you know what? It's on the other platform. It's not on YouTube, although I have had it on YouTube. Let me make sure it's not here. I believe it's in 3 parts on, yeah, I don't see it here. Oh, this is one of 17, so let me see. What is the other platform that you can upload your videos? It's a much higher resolution platform where you can upload videos. What's the name of that? To me, to view a deceased person, yeah, cleaned up and laying on a metal table in the morgue. To me, it's really strange to view. Yeah, it's bizarre. Wait till they're frozen and you get to perform procedures after they thaw. I'm laughing, but see what I mean? Me talking this way is like bizarre to people. It's like, what? You did what to a cadaver? Well, after they thawed, we practiced putting a tube into their trachea, or we practiced decompressing their chest, with a 14 gauge needle. Or we practiced putting in a tracheotomy, in their neck. In a what? A thawed dead person? Yes. Sorry, sir, ma'am. But some people donate their bodies for medical research. Well, that's an example of how we use, cadavers. Frozen cats. Intubation is putting a tube into your trachea, your breathing tube. There's 2 tubes, your esophagus and your airway, your trachea. Anyways, the diameter of a cat's trachea is equivalent to a pediatric, a baby. So when we and then thawed to practice intubating adults, you either did it on a cadaver or you did it on a mannequin, a plastic model of a human head. You put the laryngoscope in their mouth and insert the endotracheal tube in between their vocal cords. So, like I said, my story is much different than somebody else. The things that excite me, like putting a 14 gauge in, your external jugular. It's like, huh? What? What's he saying? It's like, yeah, that's what I rub my hands together and get all excited about. Putting a 14 gauge needle in your neck. It's like, I love it. I could do it right now if I had the opportunity. I might be a little rusty, but yeah, I don't have it. Anyways, what's that other platform? That other video platform? Craig. It's probably things horror stories are made of. But yeah, running on dead people, was not unusual. I say dead people because they're dead, but they're still warm and dead. Anybody that's warm and dead, they usually get an opportunity to have us work on them. If they're cold and dead, we have criteria to determine whether or not somebody is obviously dead. And ironically, the mnemonic we remember to determine that is dried, D-R-I-E-D. D is decapitated. If you got a body that's decapitated, they're dead. They're obviously dead. R is rigor mortis, DR. So if they're rigor, and they got dependent lividity, meaning they got pooling of blood in their dependent parts of their body, those are the parts that are on the ground. You'll see bruising and pooling on the back of their arms or on their back or in their butt or in their heels, on the back of their legs, because gravity pulls things down. So they may not be livid or lividity. You may not be able to see it on the top, but if you turn them over, it's obvious. It's like it's one giant bruise. And then their body's stiff. So that's obviously dead. And then I is incinerated. If they're burnt, they're obviously dead. The next one, E, D-R-I-E. E is eviscerated. That means eviscerated heart or lungs or abdomen. If they've got eviscerated organs outside of their body, people don't survive. Now you could have intestines still attached outside the body and they're still talking and walking. But obviously, there's a treatment for that, that we can't fix it in the field, but we can treat it and try to preserve it until they get to the hospital. So anyhow, the next one, D-R-I-E-D, that's another D. The first one's decapitated. The last one is decomposed. Their body's just part of the earth now, or they're partially part of the earth. So they fit any of those criteria, they're obviously dead. And that's something, you see? My line of work was, that's what my line of work involved. And it was, I got a rush out of making those decisions, looking at things that way, determining things that way. It was awesome. It's one of the best chapters of my life. We call it Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. It was. It's wild. The human machine is wild. The things that go on with human nature, we call it the annals of human stupidity. The things in the annals of human stupidity are bizarre. The things that go on in your neighbor's house next door to you, you would never know. Unless you had an opportunity to run a 911 call and walk into a home that you have no idea, you've never been to before. And you're going through their trash and their refrigerator and their bodies, you know, trying to figure out what's going on. How did this happen? What's happening to this person? So I hope that gives you a little insight to, you know, the medical circles. That's emergency medicine in my case. You know, and I hate to have this linger, but that guy that claimed he was a CB, I'm gonna conclude he wasn't a CB. He knows better. No, we don't. I'm active duty. Oh, check yourself. Okay. Yeah, that other video platform is where that Colonel Ryberg's ministry. I took the CD from the preaching. They recorded it, and they sold the CDs, you know, for a nominal fee after the service. And I took that CD and then uploaded it into my, you know, the CD drive of a laptop that I had at the time, and then edited that into the kind of slideshow presentation because I didn't have any video. But I took clips from the internet, from the movie Passion of the Christ, because he talked about that, to, you know, depict the certain parts of his preaching, and other clips from the internet to represent, you know, what he's talking about. And there's 3 15-minute videos, or thereabout 15-minute videos, because the whole preaching was about an hour long. Yeah, let me see if I can find. If you could tell me the name of that site that I'm thinking about. Maybe somebody's already said it. Oh, he's asking you. Sorry. Oh, yeah. What's your favorite section, story, or passage of the Bible? That's an old post, but well, I always default to, you know, like John 3:16, because and now that I'm using Genesis now when I share the gospel. The very first verse of the Bible is one of my favorites. You know, in the beginning, God created. That is profound. That is so instrumental. If you don't believe that, then everything else doesn't matter. You might as well not even read anything else. Because if you don't believe in the beginning God created, then nothing else makes sense. Nothing. They say in this program that I mentioned, the Reformers Unanimous program, that Christ-centered, you know, program, that the very first thing you need to know is if God's against it, so am I. You need to know what God's against. So the very first thing you need to know is, or you need to, understand, is who God was and what he did for us. And then after you understand that, whether you accept it or not, if you want to continue with the program, everything else is going to follow after you understand who he is, what he did, and why he did it. And then after that, everything else follows, which it does. After in the beginning God created, in Genesis 1:1, everything else follows. Everything. So if you don't understand in the beginning, or you don't believe in the beginning God created, then you might as well not go any further. then, in order to explain in the beginning God created, of course, you need to go a little further. You might use other passages to point to that. But that's really the first thing. Because even Christ himself refers to the writings in the Old Testament. So if God didn't create in the beginning, then Christ is making up a story. He's talking about something that never happened. If he uses it, right? So it's all instrumental. It's Genesis 1:1 is the key. You gotta believe that, and everything else follows. So that's what the program teaches you the minute you walk in the door. Well, and after you walk in the door. One of the very first assignments in that curriculum is, do you understand, basically, who God was, who God is, who Jesus Christ, who his only begotten Son is, and why he came. And then the whole program follows after that. The whole curriculum is based on that. That's one of the very first, like I said, they have 10 principles instead of steps like AA has. No, they got 10 principles. The very first principle is, if God's against it, so am I. Second is, every sin has its origin in our heart. Let's see, the third is, every individual. Yeah, and then it goes on from there. I should know all 10 of them, but I've forgotten. Did you hear that? Every sin has its origin in our heart. So the heart is what? Oh, it's what's in your heart. Really? According to that passage, it's just full of sin. That's where sin originates, in your heart. The heart is deceitful among all things. Who can know it? Right? Throughout the whole Bible, God talks about how corrupt and how sinful our heart is. And yet, look at society today. Oh, just follow your heart. Oh? We call it our stinking thinking. That's why they call it stinking thinking, because it's full of sin. Oh, just follow your heart. That's our problem. We're following our own heart. That's what brought me to the program in the first place. I'm going to click back to my live stream on the big screen, so I don't have to keep leaning forward and reading the small print on the 3x5, 3x6 phone. And it takes a bit for me to populate these different pages, so it's like dial-up. Who remembers dial-up? Dial-up internet connection. Here, wait a minute. I'm going to go back to that. I'm going to turn the phone around and show you guys again. This is fob heat when the buildings were still there. I don't know. Did you get to see it when I turned the phone around? Were you able to see those impressions in the dirt from buildings? Well, this is what, let's see if I can, this is what fob heat looked like with the buildings. Hold on, I got it on this video here. You can watch it. It's that Medevac HH60 FOB Heat Iraq 2004, 2005. Let's see. See if I can get to this part where I edit in. There it is. Okay. I froze it there. Let me see if I can make this big. Okay. Check it out. Actually, these still look like impressions in the dirt, but it's actually the tops of the building. Is it? No, those are the buildings. Yeah, they're still there. I'm pretty sure. Okay, let me turn this around here. Let me zoom in on this for you. There you go. Oop, the light is awfully bright. There we go, right there. Yep, that was the building right here at the, right there at the bottom. At the very end over here on the left end is where the BAS was. Down here on this end was the CCC that I was talking about when I had that experience with the warrant officer. And these two buildings here. At the very end of this building, right at the end of there, where the word heat is where the interpreters and the two workers from Albania and Yugoslavia, their hooch was on the second deck of that building here on the right side, right at the very end there. And I would walk up there. I'd walk right up here through the courtyard, right up there in the middle. Where's God? I can't even see that. Right up through the middle. And I'd walk to their hooch at 8:30 at night and go have coffee and tea and eat munchies and tell stories and exchange, just decompressing with each other. That was how I decompressed, was to go over to the interpreter's room and just sit down and have their Iraqi figs and yogurt. And I wasn't too keen on that, but and drinking coffee with that, what was that flour that they like drinking their coffee with? I thought it was pretty nasty. But anyhow. Yeah, Safwan and Ali were our two interpreters. And the other two guys was the guy from Yugoslavia is Islam, and the guy from Albania is, what's his name? Tefik, Tefik, Tefik. They emptied our shitters and sucked out all the the poop out of the outhouses, and then replaced it with clean blue water. And then they'd take the gray water and go dump it into the gray water pits outside the wire, where they had these gray water pits out there where they emptied the sewage. And then next to the gray water pits was the dump where they emptied all the trash. So one guy emptied the trash. He was like the trash truck. And the other guy was emptied and cleaned the outhouses. And that was their job. That's what they did while we were, on the base there. And then Ali and Safwan were our interpreters. They went out on missions with us and patrols and so on. Yeah, I can't remember the name of this website that I'm thinking of, where you can post your videos. I'm going to kick myself as soon as I see it. Video website. Oh, search for the V. It just came to me. What is the name of that? Vimeo. It is a V. Vimeo. On Vimeo, you can see my. I should try to transfer that to YouTube. I'm not sure if I can or not. But let's see. Without joining, or if you're just a visitor, can you search a video? Let's see. I'm on their site. Do you have to be a registered user to view videos? What am I missing, guys? I'm not sure if I'm not answering some of the posts, or hold on. I'm signing in here to Vimeo. All right. Looks like I'm successful. Here we are. You know, I wonder, now that it's on, I wonder if I can upload this. There it is. God, Country, Warren, You. Actually, I condensed it into 2 20-minute. I believe it's only 2. Do I have a third one there? No, it's 2. Gosh, what is this window? Stop it. Close it. Close. Okay. God, Country, Warren, You. Yeah, part 1.2. One's 19 minutes, the other one's 18:53. Yeah, part 1 of 2 and 2 of 2. You know, let me see. Can I share this with share? Let's see. Share. Embed only. Let's see. It's got a link. Copy link. I can embed it. Oh, publish it. What about publish it? Publish it where? Showcase channel, group, send file, email. Send file. Let's see something here real quick. Oh, I got to upgrade in order to send a file. Yeah, I got to upgrade. I wonder if that's the way I send it to YouTube. I'll have to investigate that further later. Give me 1 sec. Let me go back to my live stream here on the TV so I can read it a lot easier than trying to lean forward and read the fine print on the phone. Like I said, this Xbox is not a smartphone. I'm probably going to be ending this here soon. It's already 4:15 in the morning. But let me catch up on the comments here, see if I missed anything. He was going to duck. Okay. June. So you do not want to talk about Jews anymore because you don't want to answer that question. Oh, somebody asked a question? Or are you talking about Oh, he's not ducking anything. Oh, June's talking. He's just trying to, he's another troll. Let's see here. Oh, what would you do? Yeah, sorry. Let me scroll back here and see what I missed here. Okay. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Go all the way back to where he just comes in here. Okay. All right. First, it says, what would you do if you discovered that you were a descendant of a fallen? I've seen you before. I've seen this question before, June. Of a fallen angel. Would you worship that angel, or would you still worship his father, the true creator? Huh? What would you do if you discovered that you were a descendant of a fallen angel? I have no idea what I would do. And the next part, would you worship that angel? I don't know. I really don't. I don't know what you're talking about. Or would you still worship his father, the true creator? Bizarre question. I don't know where you're going with that. I really don't. What would you do if you discover that you were, oh, you copied and pasted the same thing? Okay. June. He doesn't want to talk about juice anymore because you don't want to answer that question. You talking to Jimmy or talking to me? All right. Let me, let's see here. June, I told you, Patricia, he was going to duck. What is your question, please? Scan the chat. False. The book of Enoch was took out of. Oh, you must be talking to Jimmy. Okay. Well, I don't quite understand your question there, bro. That's okay, Patricia. I understand. But I'm just trying to understand the question. It's like, if you discover a fallen angel created you, what would you do? Well, I have no idea. Never thought about that. So what's your next question? Or what's your comment after that? That's right. Well, yeah, Patricia, I don't know. I think he's trying to go somewhere with the question, but I don't know. I have no idea. All I know is there's overwhelming, convincing evidence that in the beginning God created. So I know that I'm not created by a fallen angel. How about that? Talking to me? I just chat sometimes hard to follow. Familiar with world history or American history, military politics? Not really. My son would be the one to talk more. He's quite versed and impressive that how much he knows that I don't. And American history was not it was a very poor attention. I had a very poor attention, what you call it, for American history. I didn't attend class. I barely passed. I got a D, maybe a D plus. I had to cheat on the final exam. You know what? And tell you the truth, June. Um, all of this that you're talking about, June, I'm barely even reading it, is irrelevant to me. It's a distraction. The truth. It's a distraction from the truth. I have the material that I have in front of me, is all based on the Word of God, and it will keep me busy to the day I die. And that's that's my interest. I just want to know more about the creation worldview based on in the beginning God created. And that takes me down avenues that are endless. So it doesn't make sense to read anything else. Unless I need to know it, in order to do my taxes or buy a house or, you know, even then, I'm not as up to speed. But as far as, outside readings and history and wow, if you want to read world history, read the Bible. If you want to know why you're here, where you came from, and what's going to happen when you die, start with in the beginning God created. And it takes me down paths that I never knew even existed. Study material that I didn't even know was available. A worldview that I didn't even know existed. Uh, yeah, again, my son would be a perfect, I think, person to talk to. He's only 21, but what he knows, how he has fit together world history and the events of American history, world history, is impressive. I ask him all the time, like, what? Tell me about that again. What is that? Wait, I heard about that. I remember reading about that in school, but I didn't pay attention. What was that? And he goes into detail about it. Oh, it was because of, these things that I should know. He's a sponge. Where are you from, June? Are you in the Middle East or? Yeah, I mean, I can see your. Oh, big text. Oh, have you hit the thumbs up yet, June? And big just came in, or maybe you just popped in. Hit the like button real quick before you forget. Yeah, June, where are you from, or where are you at the moment? Trisha, as you were, young lady. Hoorah! Thanks or praise God for the military. Thank you for subscribing. Yeah, whenever you get a chance. I'm not on any particular schedule, so it's not like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or it used to be, but recently I just started doing this again, and so I'm pretty random. I was saying, Patricia, I said that on purpose because we're both in that same boat. You're a little older than my brother. He's 67. Am I good? Oh, don't tell me I'm not connected yet again. Am I still there? I hope so. Uh-oh, I might be disconnected. Oh, I might be disconnected from the internet. You know that? I think I am. I think the internet I lost the internet. Oh, I lost my internet.